I once knew a spy.
Dead Spies. Here's mine.
She was brilliant, erratic, cursed, an anti-personal mine in human form. Her friends called her Herschel, but to her controllers, she was Cascade.
Your name and your cryptonym. A dead limb twitches.
She made the cardinal error of our kind. She mistook her assets for friends. In the end, the contradictions caught up with her. It is, and was. Portofino 91, the whole sick crew. A disaster untold, a black page in the official records. Reports of how it went down remain contested, inconclusive. All that's certain, it began with a phone call and ended with 6 spies lost. Some say she blew the network herself. Others blame structural factors or transnational capital. The rest just shake their heads as they look down on the smashed and leaking world. Some fool dropped it. One of ours, probably. She was recalled. They put her in the freezer. Forever. Most thought. Even in those dark days, there were whispers among the lower sublevels, where they keep the true believers. Don't count Cascade out. 5 years passed. A little more of the world leaked out of itself. Cascade's controllers ordered her back to Portofino. Because I asked them to. There is a new assignment, Cascade. I was supposed to give you the brief. No one special. Just an arm-like sack of cytoplasm. A special move unique to single-cell organisms. But before that, I was like you. A spy for the People's Republics. One of the varieties of mankind. Right here, in an armchair in a safe house above a 24-hour photo shop in the city-state of Portofino. This is a dangerous place, Cascade. I should never have come. I got caught with my pants down. On the plus side, I no longer have to worry about independent thought or movement. Too late, operant. I'm smashed and leaking. Whatever happens has already happened.
Displayed on the chair before you is a man, approximately mid-30s. His chest rises and falls in steady rhythm as he stares beyond you, unblinking. Alive, yet not alive. His eyes are fixed glassily on the ceiling. The pupils quiver like a failing heartbeat. Cream paint, peeling slightly. A small room in a city past its prime. Nothing to suggest why the man is so interested in it. He's been like this since you walked in. Anything to the contrary should be marked down as a grip on reality type problem. No response, no jolt, no tremor. Stiff-collared shirt, a snug brown jacket, and nothing below the waist but a pair of red briefs. Being a lone operant in a foreign theatre is an extreme pressure role. Some require extreme release. As your eyes reach his feet, you notice that the man is also wearing 3 layers of socks, each slightly shorter than the one beneath it. The green of long corroded copper. As for the face around the eyes, his jaw hangs slack, his glasses askew. The lopsided headphones accentuate a large bald spot atop his crown. Highly pleasing rubbability. There is no smell of alcohol, nor any open containers, no drug paraphernalia either, just a loose cord trailing to the stereo system. Your fingers detect a faint, steady pulse within the base of his wrist, elevated, but not critical. If so, his affliction is beyond your diagnostic power. The man's eyes glisten, bright red veins blossom around their edges. There may be little opportunity for a second, based on the current visual. However he ended up like this, the result is the same. Operant lost. You're operant. You're double. You. A snail's trail of dried saliva glints on the side of his chin. Clipped to the inside flap of his jacket, you find a laminated badge, emblazoned with the crest of the Import-Export Bureau of the People's Republic of Kohila. The name reads, Esteman T. Below that, a title, Im Ex-Lead Hosiery. Sock merchant, one of the opera's most battle-tested covers. Wearing the wares for ease of display, an operant committed to his role. 3 other things of note, a slip of paper, a business card, and a rock-hard piece of candy. A wrapped-up rectangle of compressed sugar. It's so hard that your fingers cannot make an impression, no matter how much you strain. Cola flavor, if you had to guess. It takes 5 jaw tenses before you manage to shatter it. Sugary daggers jab the inside of your mouth. The saliva-sodden clot of dark red sugar lands on the smooth surface of Pseudopod's underpants and hangs there like a grotesque medal. It's a purchase order for 10 socks, made out to Carmuna Pessoa, Fashions and Garments Bootleg Bazaar. Bootleg Bazaar. No coordinates found. Some kind of marketplace, and not one you've ever been to. It's a good place to start. Also your only one currently. The slip of paper grows heavy in your hand. It feels like a baton. The card is cheap and scuffed. It reads, "All you need is miracle," above a cartoonish image of disembodied lips at a phone receiver. Notably absent is an actual phone number. There's an indecipherable scribble. Whatever's written seems to begin with a D. Into your pocket it goes. You retract your hand from the man's pockets. Your double has deserted the track before the starting gun. Will you stand for it? Pathetic. He rocks gently, giving away nothing. Enough of this reactionary angle of repose. Up he comes. The man's breath gargles softly in his throat as you yank him upwards. He is heavier than he looks. His head lolls on its neck hinge. If you didn't know any better, you would say his deserted eyes seem to be urging you in the direction of the bathroom. Onwards. The unassigned assignment is now yours alone. The man's head slips 2 centimeters to the left. His jaw slides with it. Your double didn't notice your arrival. He doesn't notice your departure either. A pair of men's trousers are hung delicately over the shower rail. They seem much better cared for than their owner. One of the many mysteries concerning men's trousers. Brown, shapeless, utterly unremarkable. No accident. This is functional invisibility. The wearer would have no choice but to blend into a crowd. The front and back pockets are completely empty, except for a few pieces of lint. Don't forget the coin pocket, front right. You slip 2 fingers inside and come away with a neatly folded sheet of paper. Not normal paper. This is nitrocellulose, made to burn quickly and completely. The page is notebook-sized and perforated along one edge. It reads, THA 7LESAPR 032 WIFO 9W TBGFL W25. Half a cipher. The language of spies. You've carried papers like this, folded up and hidden away in secret pockets and compartments. As you turn away, a phone begins to ring. You pick up the phone. The handset vibrates in your palm. A peculiar species of static washes over your ear. The exquisite work of the magic box, one of the proudest achievements of the opera's technical services office. Half a world away, a familiar voice splits into 256,000 encrypted fragments before coalescing again by your ear.
Please tell me you have good news. Operant Cascade, you made it. Your voice hasn't changed.
Her voice is just as you remember.
We'll get to your problem in a moment. Put pseudopod on the line.
You glance over at the man in the chair. This is wrong. You shouldn't be here. This should be happening to someone else. You feel the receiver slipping from your sweaty palm. For a moment, no one says anything. There's no sound at all save for the blood in your ear and the electrostatic hum of the ultra-long-distance connection.
Has he been zeroed out?
Eliminated, killed, rendered inoperant.
I'll ask one more time. Is your double zeroed out?
You must speak the word. She cannot make the determination herself.
Cascade, is your double zeroed out or not? Yes, you do. Is he zeroed out, Operant? Right. I wonder which it is. Have our enemies blown us up already? Or is this just another day at the basement massage parlor of spy services? Fucking hell. The opera's going to hang me by the toes. For you, it's back to Satellite Facility B.
Archives, mountains of paper, shiver, resist.
Is that your way of telling me to fuck off? You haven't even got the assignment. Listen to me. This assignment is over, effective immediately. The woman in the photo shop downstairs, Constance, she's one of ours. Let her deal with pseudopod. As for you, we need to get you on the next aerotram out of the city.
That numberless phone line may be worth investigating. Perhaps the room contains other leads as well.
Let the photo lady deal with him. Your concern is getting out of Portofino, understand?
Negative. Gang wants spy.
Cut the Mel stuff. We're talking about work now.
No way things have gone this bad this quickly. There's only one possible explanation.
Simulation. That's a new one.
Precisely what the facilitator of a simulation would be required to say.
This must be some kind of maladapted trauma response. There should still be flights departing for Superblock territory tonight. Make sure you're on one of them. I'm not responding to that. This assignment is over. Get on the next tram. If what you're saying is true, enemies abound. Don't get yourself zeroed out.
A click, and the line goes dead. The bed looks serviceable. Deformed pillows and a depression in the mattress show it has been used. Room for two. You were supposed to lie here alongside your double. Seems it is all yours then, should you ever want to lay in it. You turn away. Daylight spills in from the window. Following the cord from your double's headphones, you come to a mid-sized home stereo resting on a sideboard. Through the translucent view panel, you see a single red disc loaded in place. On the face of the disc are the words, "Ultravioletta, you but from a dream," handwritten on thin strips of tape. You don't recognize the artist. The disc is loaded, ready to tell you. A brief internal hum, then the disc slides halfway out of the machine and waits there like it's trying to hide from you. You remove the red disc and place it into your pocket. You step away from the equipment. The small table has been turned into a makeshift desk. A startlingly red folder stands out against the clutter. Amidst the crumpled sheets of copy paper and empty takeout containers, you find an opened pack of cigarettes, Suprema mark. Smokes, ease of mind, cool. There's nothing outwardly noteworthy about this pack of Suprema 100s. It's like any other found in commissaries and corner stores across the People's Republics. Except... secreted neatly against the inner wall of the pack, just as you were once taught to do yourself, a crisply folded sheet of A7 paper. It reads: ZWS, JMXVB TW, AON, TRRA, KB, ZQYMUSGS. The missing companion to the one-time key you recovered from the trousers. One-to-one correspondence between key and text. This is a Rosetta cipher. Your heart skips a beat. The pack slides nicely into your pocket, as though it always belonged there. Letter by letter, words emerge from the mist. They speak in a voice you haven't heard for a long time. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. Only your double's advancing bald spot is visible to you over the rim of the chair. The day beyond the window beckons you outwards. Wait, the secrets. You can't just leave them out like this. The nitrocellulose dissolves like the thin end of a dream. ZWS, JMXVBTW, AON, TRRA, KB, ZQYMUSGS. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. The small label in the top left corner is printed with one word. Your cryptonym, Cascade. It screams danger, not for human consumption. The folder opens with a whoosh. Before you in neat monospace type, your life is condensed to its barest elements. Name Will Kershaw, cryptonym Cascade. Born Landau, former Republic of Mercia. Dependents none. Pay class D2. Years of service 14. Childhood, bourgeois, typical. History of student radicalism led to persecution by monotheist reactionaries. Fled to People's Republic of Kohila. Embraced post-historical materialism. Medical record. History of dissociative episodes and reckless action. Gunshot, chest. Retained bullet. 10mm pre-service. The bullet nuzzles your aorta. Your heartbeat flutters. Sexuality. Homosexual tendencies. Unconfirmed. Suicide risk minimal. Ideation only. End of list. According to this file, that's all there is to you. There's another page behind this one. It's labeled Service History. Your hand grinds to a halt above the page and remains there. A full minute passes. Or never. That works too. You turn away from the desk.
Enough! You're blacklisted. Take your sick little games elsewhere.
Easy, lady. I just want to develop some photographs. I'm not trying to take your innocence.
Does that poor girl even know what you're up to?
You have a wild imagination. A little photo should not count as a crime. It's not like it's a loaded gun or something.
Loaded gun. Your hair stands on end. The woman casts a split-second glance in your direction. Not your fight. Remain in bushes.
Whoa, whoa. Caught in a pincer by the art police. Not a good day for pursuing my interests.
Restless eyes, evasive demeanor. This man may not have zeroed out your double, but you're sure such things aren't beyond him.
Very well. Photo 24 can have this round. Thank you for this extreme stress I'll now carry through my day.
He gives you one more glance as he leaves, garish coat flapping behind him.
You get all walks in here. That was good of you to step in.
Gripped tightly in her hand, a star-headed screwdriver.
Nobody. A seedy little oddity who likes making fantastical threats. Oh yes, keen photographer, limited in subject. Lucky for you to only catch him on the day of his banishment. Ah, while I have it here, this is the screwdriver pseudopod requested. For the fax machine.
This toolkit looks so empty, barely usable in its current state. Fortunately, it appears highly expandable. She gestures towards the monstrous off-white plastic machine behind you.
Speaking of, where is your double?
We shouldn't let her find one of her own up there without warning. Very ungang. The controller was clear. She doesn't need to know anything beyond her station. Compartmentalize.
No introductions necessary. You're operant Cascade. I'm Constance, of course. Special asset, liminal class. Making my debut with the Operant Bureau.
A stagehand. Not even worth a cryptonym.
Pseudopod was insistent I stick to cryptonyms. If it's all the same to you, that's what I'd prefer. Before we get into it, I want to make one thing clear. Just because I'm working for the opera does not make me some kind of communist. A happily settled small businesswoman, a model petite bourgeois. The thrills, obviously. So don't even attempt to seduce me with your post-historical dialectics. Your double already tried his hardest. I'm here strictly for the espionage. If there's any support you require, just say. I've got nearly everything in order, except for this monstrous fax machine.
Observant, rigorous, dog-like. She looks at you, awaiting instructions.
It's that little amber light. It means out of order, and I haven't been able to get it to green, meaning in order.
Just looking at that thing causes you to take psychic damage. Best stay away.
Pseudopod assured me this machine was a vital tool of communication, as precious to our work as the magic box we installed on your room phone. You've received all sorts of technical training, I presume. I would think getting a little light to turn green should be well within your powers.
A dread beast humming with dormant power. A handless scribe. It just needs to be soothed. She's just the housekeeper. Who cares? A few frets and she'll tip right over.
Firing squads? What is this?
Maybe another push? She seemed like she was about to crack there.
This is madness, Operant. Pseudopod cleared me himself. Bring him down here. He'll clear this up straight away. Where is Pseudopod, actually?
It's possible this photo lady's made of sterner stuff than you realized. Probably best to play it straight now.
Yes? What is it? My God. You're saying he's... Oh, God.
Shock, bewilderment, your cue.
What do we do, Operant? It was yesterday, when he returned for the evening. He looked stressed, like he was shouldering a great burden. It must have been the assignment, I'm sure. Nothing. Only the bare rudiments. I thought it was supposed to be that way. Pseudopod was a very good teacher. He said it would fall on me to see after any operants who are incapacitated in theatre. I wonder, Did he ever suspect he was talking about himself? I've never seen this before. What's on it? No, I don't pay attention to all that. Music is very overrated in my opinion. I see. Maybe that's a good place to start. I must say, it doesn't look like a regular disc like you buy at the shops. This looks more like a bootleg. Absolutely not. Nobody's been upstairs except yourself on Pseudopod. I can assure you, Operant. Oh dear, I could use a rag. I haven't the faintest idea. I'm adrift. Pseudopod struck me as an absolute professional and very cautious.
Your double's condition is of secondary importance.
I suppose I could move him to the spare room down here. That way I can keep an eye on him.
She doesn't respond, but looks down as her cheeks flush deep crimson.
A doctor. Right. Good thinking. Dr. Hugo would help. He runs a houseboat clinic in the back ways to the west of the old docks, past the waterlock. I can't really say for certain. He kept things very close, as he was supposed to. Have you tried the Bootleg Bazaar? He was down there yesterday.
The Bootleg Bazaar. That matches the purchase order you found on his body.
He said he intended to interview some of the vendors. I can't tell you what he was after, precisely.
There. 2 lines of inquiry converge. Bring this purchase order to the bazaar. That's your next stop.
You can practically see it from the front door. Due south, in the ruins of the old Essilk factory. Head west from the roundabout. If by some chance you find yourself in Party Alley, it means you've gone the wrong way. Anything for the assignment. Was there anything else? I certainly don't. It looks flirtatious. Never during working hours. Seedy business attracts itself. Try the Fogged Mirror. It's a bar just to the west, along Party Alley.
The shiver of a familiar name. Smell of old wood and cigarette ash. Tack of spilled drinks on the underside of your shoe. Your old haunt, where you met with your former assets once upon an assignment. She gives you a brief nod.
Very well. Forgive me, is this some kind of test? Shouldn't you be the one advancing thesis and so forth? Yes, that much is clear.
She gives you a nod.
Before you do, I understand this is your first time back in theatre for some time. Nothing. Please don't forget about the fax machine. I'll be here if you require anything.
A humongous white block of office technology sits in front of you. It looks like a sacrificial altar made of plastic. Inside, mechanical parts are assembled in such a way that it can scream analog messages across huge distances. Image quality, and whatever remains of human patience. Your screwdriver makes short work of the starhead screws holding the side panel in place. You set them aside one by one and gently remove the plastic panel. The holy innards of the facsimile machine reveal themselves to you like a sacrificial animal waiting to be interpreted. You're looking at a Sugar Hill Executive Series 2, a cursed model, plagued by numerous debilities, most commonly a chronically misaligned paper tray. From the machine bowels comes a pleasing chunk as the plastic tray slots back into its receiver. The paper belt purrs as life is restored.
Much better, thank you. Operant, I would never.
You turn away from the fax machine. The screen flickers. Static turns to black. A booming voice emerges.
Wrong. The sky is only 98% sky. The other 2% is used to cover up the fact that they replaced the moon 4 times. But they don't want you to know that. That's why they're coming for me. But not before I tell you the truth.
The screen warps and color shifts. Between clips of the bagman talking, a phone number flashes urgently. You jot down the digits as Bagman watches on.
I am Subcommandante Beckman, and this is the reality situation. No breaks, no filters, no cowards.
A professional would at least alter their voice.
This is a war, and I don't take orders from anyone, especially not reality. The moon is a projection beamed from the seafloor by machines so advanced, they look like rocks. I know about the Boers. I know about iodine. La Luz's invisible aircraft carriers, weaponized nostalgia, microbial microphones, lunar obfuscation programs. Find out what I know by tuning into the reality situation, airing until they shut us down.
The sounds from the commercial fade.
Finally, someone with courtesy. Do you know when the 9 is coming?
A handsome man shifts in place, glancing over his shoulder towards the tram lines. Suitcases surround him.
Simple. It's just over there. I did see a man like that some days ago, I think. Near the bazaar, in fact.
Oh, sleeping brother.
No, he was alone. Why do you ask? I guess we share the same fate. I'm waiting on the 9. I was told it was having some problems. But it's supposed to be in service any day now. I was told it's supposed to be in service any day now. That was a week ago. I agree. But what am I to do? It seems to be the only way out of this city. I would appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be here in the meantime, waiting.
The young man leans back, his gaze slowly tracing your outline. Both of his eyes drift outwards, as if pulled by different horizons. A mild yet regrettably symmetrical case of double strabismus. He stares right back, blinking slowly. A practiced calm. He knows how he looks and dares you to question the asymmetry. He's reading you in return, a man trained by an informal school. The dream of Rustam. For 80 years, there were no kings or bosses, only rotating councils, grain cooperatives, and radio poets. As the developed world spread, the dream cracked. Should have went west at the roundabout by the sounds of it, not east. Jacket, pristine, not bootlegged. Nails recently manicured. Money made. Distortions across the dye's slick surface make it hard to see far, or discern anything. Tiny silhouettes drift beneath the surface, darting in irregular arcs. Looking at the device, you don't see a panel or switch. That would suggest a control room nearby.
Looks like the shrimping is off for today, Caracalito. We don't want to get in the GM's way.
I guess.
The man and the young girl grimace at a barge that appears to be jammed between the canal walls.
We came here to do some shrimping, but that doesn't seem possible right now. Not sure. It seems to be stuck in the waterlock. Maybe it's broken again. It happens from time to time as it's so old. Yeah, so should we.
The intercom is covered by a protective plastic film. A button embossed in the shape of a cheerful dolphin shines at the bottom. Only recently installed. Strip that plastic off. Now. It curls under the edge of your fingernail and slides off in a single, unbroken piece. Exquisite. The indicator light flicks on. A high-pitched whine from the speaker. After a second, a voice emerges through the static. The dermis of static masks any change in her tone. Seems you need a good reason to be here. Fortunately, you are trained in reverse reasoning. The line hisses with dead static. You look at the crumpled, sticky mess of plastic in your hand. Rubbish is piled so high it overflows the rim of the metal container. The sanitation crews are running behind schedule. The layers of detritus are many days deep. A whole history of discarded artifacts is piled up in front of you. This bin is an archive. Search it and you may conjure the recent history of this place. You feel warmth radiating from the inside. Something in there is fermenting. You jump up to the rim and let your upper body descend into the rotting wastescape. Why are we in here? The gang doesn't huddle in dungeons. The gang doesn't fuck with dark fantasy. Like the pulpy dreck you used to read as a child, with titles like Ditch Wader, The Gore Chamber, and the Dreadlance Trilogy. Somewhere in your mind, an ancient motor grinds to life. A tight cavern opens before you. Wretched squeaks echo across the stone walls and reach your ears from the distance. Rocks scratch and cut your arms and legs as you push through the gap. Eventually, you emerge into much larger space, where the walls crawl with a throng of scabby rats. You step into the middle of the room. 100 rats scatter up the walls to get away from you. One hangs directly above, unable to hold any longer and falls, triggering your doom. Leave the vermin of your fantasy behind and focus instead on the trophy you have earned from the trash container. It's a small collection of lacerated zip cuffs. Typically used by enforcers as an easy way to physically restrain threats or detainees. What's stranger is having all the cuffs dumped in this single bin. Officials usually have a more ethical waste management procedure. You have reached the end of this path. Everything has been recorded and will be stored within your inner archives. The rubbish container and all its spoils continue to rot through time.
You shouldn't be here. Bit of a hold-up with a barge over there. He nearly got robbed by a gang, no less.
It wasn't us. We plead not guilty, officer.
Nothing was taken, luckily, but they did manage to break the damn thing's engine. So now it's stuck there until the replacement parts arrive. Can't say I have. I'm not usually stationed round here though, so I wouldn't. Let's see now. I hear it's in the back ways, right next to where the ex-pilots drink their sheep carcass juice. Some indigenous recipe of theirs. Imagine the worst thing you've ever tasted. Now imagine sucking it out of a dead sheep's arse.
Please don't imagine that. Definitely don't be tempted to drink it either.
If you want to see for yourself, just walk the path all the way to the west until you come across some old men giving each other an hard time. Only one in the near vicinity is Dr. Hugo's. He runs it out of his houseboat at the end of the backways. The parts may take a while as the trade route slowed up recently. Used to be a lot quicker a couple of weeks ago. Must be something at the docks by the bazaar, but I wouldn't know more specifically, outside of my jurisdiction. The rest of the developed world. Oh, very dangerous. Probably one of the Azuri lot. Yeah, you wouldn't want to mess with them, miss.
Buffing himself like a castrated cockerel in attempt to masculate himself. Azuri Mob is a foreign crime syndicate you've only heard about in passing, always with a warning to stay away.
They've been causing us a lot of trouble around the docks lately. Seems they're trying to take over the local mobs, and doing a good job of it. You can't go in there, I'm afraid. That's what I'm here for. No one gets in.
Working for the Opera technically means you don't officially exist. Therefore...
Ho ho! That's funny. I see what you did there. Only the controls to the waterlock, but we can't risk anyone lowering the water right now. It would damage the barge even further, you see. You probably shouldn't.
Nose to the air, take in the scent. A silk number 3, the old silk factory, once the pounding heart of the city. Frying grease, rust, incense, the dank of canal water. But the air is charged. Something is wrong. Cricket's gone quiet under shadow. Pseudopod had a purchase order from a vendor called Carmuna. She must be in here somewhere. You also have that curious red disc to hand. A media specialist could likely tell you more. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. the emblematic animal of Portofero's main phone company, Reno Tower. Your gaze wanders away. The dolphin doesn't seem to mind at all. Your finger depresses the yielding material. Up, down, up, down. Sensual pleasure. You watch the dolphin pop back up, then squish again under the changing pressure of your finger. You lose track of time as you repeat the action. You do not yet have the number of anyone else in this city. There is only one, Melita, your controller. The number is a lifeline to you, always there when you need it. It's certainly possible, though any benefit to doing so is unclear. Don't start wasting your time with prank calls, Operant. The Reno Tail Dolphin eyes you expectantly.
Hello and welcome to the reality situation. Before we begin, I just need to check. Is your line secure? That's a joke, obviously. No line is secure. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, are not secure. Consciousness itself is tapped. The call is coming from inside the house. Salute.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tail Dolphin eyes you expectantly. The phone rings as you stand in wait. After a while, it becomes clear that no one is going to answer. You place the receiver back on its cradle. You tap out some numbers devoid of reason or thought. Surprisingly, the phone starts ringing immediately. Your breathing is amplified by the transmitter held at your mouth. A clunk. You hear the ambience of another room. An exhale. Then something wet being chewed on over and over. Another exhale. The chewing continues. If they have the ability to speak, they choose not to use it. In the background, the creak of wood, an aging door used only by the wind. They don't answer. A half grunt that reveals nothing. Suddenly, the line goes dead. They hung up. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tail Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone.
That's right. I'm a Renotel man. A certified Renotel repair technician.
That thing he's carrying has got buttons. A little antenna. That's a grade A thingy, all right?
You'll have to be more specific. Seen a couple of guys who match that description. Not that I pay much attention to them. The uniform of all those type of men. You'll have to give me something else. They do, don't they? Have to give mine a good scratch every now and then with this helmet on and all. Very kind, but no thank you. I have a certain way of doing it. Like how a cat can be particular about how it gets stroked. As to your guy, I don't think I'm tall enough to see other men's bald spots. They're quite common as well, you know? Good point. It's been a while since I saw them. Long enough that I don't remember where. Right you are. None that I know of. Which reminds me, I really should get around to registering for a GP. I would say we're all short of one these days. That must be referring to the Miracle Line, Renault's longest running and top performing fixed line. Must be just over a decade at this point. It's actually the last payphone in Portofino to still be running the old way. Now they've all gone wireless. The line cannot go down, not even for a second, which means it cannot be serviced or upgraded. First thing they taught me when I joined. The reason being, or so I've heard, is that Renault would incur a bill of such whopping proportions that it could risk the whole company going under. No further details, unfortunately. It's just one of those stories that gets circulated among the staff. The unrealized loss, they call it. The company's big secret, gnawing away at its foundation like a rat in the shadows. That'll be down to Duchess and the service she provides. Yes, operated by Renault, manned by the inimitable Duchess. No, that kind of thing isn't for me. It's just part of the job to know about it. Make sure it stays operational. You know why now. It's the old payphone along the back ways, west of the docks. Sure. Of course. Sure. Really? It's often a trivial issue with them. A part slightly out of place or the papers jam. The wireless phone network is routed through electronic boxes called arteries. They work like the old terminal boxes except there are no cables or wires.
What he says doesn't add up. The logic is broken.
Renault has been upgrading its payphones across the city. They pretty much all run on wireless signals now. Renault is developing a range of products with this technology, including portable phones, intercoms, headsets, and codeless scanners. Yes, one of the old terminals. It's a terrible tangle of cables up there, but I can handle that. The part I'm struggling with is climbing up this ladder. I'm acrophobic, one of my many fears. Oh no, you really shouldn't. Not only is it dangerous, but qualified Renotel technicians are the only persons permitted up there. It's complicated, not something I can teach you in a day.
The long arm of the party. It's not so bad when you've got your gang to back you up.
Same as everyone else, mining cadmium, lithium, and other rare minerals. In my case, on behalf of the Illuminated Empire, La Luz.
As you depart, the chant of "I'm your man" starts back up behind you. The sour scent of urine surrounds the vending machine. Luckily, the beverages inside look fresh. The piss smell waves goodbye to your nostrils. A slanted aluminium box is bolted into the pylon's spine. The word Renotel is etched into the metal. A familiar dolphin grins at you. Cold and hard, but the playful smile remains. Inside, a slab of beige plastic, an old terminal. Behind a clouded sheet of polyglass, the screen remains black. No buttons on the outer housing that you can see. No glowing standby light. Your fingers find a steel drawer. It slides out with a creak, revealing a keyboard designed for gloves, each key a chunky slab. A low wavering whine. Behind glass, the cathode ray tube flickers once, twice, then flashes white. System waking. Please wait. Mem check. 00016 KB. OK ports. Com1, Com2, AUX, trunk. Diagnostic mode enabled. Welcome to Renotel Control version 1.2. Copyright 87 Renotel. Enter command. Available commands. 1. Line diag. 2. Trunkmon. 3. Network. You know, for monitoring trunks. The terminal clunks, as if it's exhaling static. So the name suggests. As for what kind of diagnostics, there's only one way to find out. Based on the available options, this is a maintenance terminal. You might be able to get information on the Renotel network from here. The screen flickers, awaiting your input. Line diagnostic mode. Enter landline identifier to proceed. Line ID. The machine's internal speaker beeps sharply. A random array of numbers line up in horizontal formation across the screen. It achieves nothing. The screen flickers, awaiting your input. You close the box. The boy shifts in his cocoon of mismatched fabric. On his sleeve, a holographic foil patch reads Marco.
How'd you know my name?
He narrows his eyes, chin raised, and looks down at his sleeve.
Oh yeah, you're right. Nah, it's from La Luz. It's the Saltutsuri Dream on Neon. Personalized.
With a flick, the boy shows off the sleeve's electric magenta trim. Black tags dangling from the hem chime loudly.
Cool, right?
He chimes the tags together again before slipping them back into his sleeve.
Is that a band? Okay. Yeah? Alright. I don't know. I hang out like everyone else. It's normal. I don't know. What?
Not one step further, bored scum. I'll do it.
A noose around his neck, a lab coat splattered with blood, both new and old.
I'll enjoy it too. I think I can probably come just from watching the trauma sink into your face, right before the oxygen stops reaching my brain for good. Don't pretend you're interesting. I can smell it on you, you know? The forms, the files, the fucking bureaucratic miasma that birthed you. So you're talking to your little colleague out there. I know you're from the medical board, and I know he's been watching me. Pathetic. Did they even train you? If you're not bored, which you fucking are, then go and deal with the stain of narc shit lurking outside. I know that scarf of his is a fucking wire.
Description matches the fidgety teenage boy spoken to outside. Emphatically not an asset of any sort.
Kid, that's a 40-year-old man with a severe deformity. Terminal virgin, too. Stench of xenophobia all over him. No one takes down Dr. Gonzalo E.S. Gonza, except Gonzalo E.S. Gonza. Don't you fuck with me now. I only hear narco. Don't humanize him. Yes. I suppose I could see it. A fit. Easy to rough up. Not mutually exclusive, however. Likely, in fact. They flipped them right there at the STD clinic. Bring me one of his lying, scheming, bored narc teeth. Actually, yes. Narc canines, bearing the mark of their subhuman nature. Leave that to the medical professional. You have no idea what I can see in a tube. If I had his spleen, I could tell you how his dog mother conceived him. Here, use these. My board condemned pry bar.
Oh, yeah. Feel that heft. This pry bar's pried some shit.
Impeccable hair. But you won't get past me with idle flattery. Bring me the two. Bluffing until I see it. Jealousy, as far as I can tell. Oh, they'll drum up anything to get you, real or invented. They babble on about modernization, best practices, international standards. But the fact is, they shit themselves in the presence of a real doctor.
A doctor with loose morals is a useful contact to have. If you can get him to talk to you without threatening suicide, that is. He looks down, vaguely surprised, shrugs.
You never get credit for the blood you leave in. What am I, your mother? Rub cocaine on it. That'll numb almost anything. Nice try, you wild fuck. Why don't you ask your board superiors for one? I'll do as I very well please. Bold harpy.
The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach.
Yeah? Tried once. He screamed at me about board narking and threw what looked like, dunno, something supposed to be internal at me. Kidney-like. Would have been pretty cool if he wasn't such a mad freak. I know. He keeps shouting at me. He thinks I'm a narc. I'm no narc, and I got a D in biology.
And what if he pretends to know less than he does? He glances up at you from the ground. His expression of furtive shame, as characteristic of puberty as the acne and fuzz on his cheek.
He gave you that to intimidate me, yeah? Thinks I'm scared? Well, I'm not. My teeth? What for? Fine, do it. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. Take one of my teeth, yeah? Show him I don't give a fuck about his mad shit. I've my own shit going on out here. I'm on a mission. And if mission demands teeth, then fuck it, have teeth.
Self-sacrifice motivated by fear. Whoever sent him is far scarier than any medical board member. Look closer. Scrubbed hairline, reshaped the knees, dental capping to mimic adolescent calcification. Maybe Gonza was right after all. Just hit him in the face. It'll be great. He opens his mouth to flash you the empty space where a tooth should be. Sick.
Just tell me how it looks, okay?
He takes his hand from his mouth to wave at you. Blood drips from his fingers.
Back for the gruesome finale. Don't you fight with me now. Nice. Very nice.
Is that arousal?
Fine. But be warned. One whiff of bored fuckery and gruesome public suicide is back on the agenda.
The doctor doesn't appear any more professional behind the desk than he was on it.
Now tell me, where does it hurt? He's dead. Forget about him. Who's the unfortunate? You know, he could just be ignoring you. Defensive Thanatosis. Some men can slow their own heart rate for up to 16 hours in order to escape the women in their lives. So he's fully committed. Probably having a great time. Gut diagnosis screams ketamine binge, but I'm keeping an open mind. Any signs of injury, self-inflicted or otherwise? Good start. Anything else? Toying with the man's insecurities even when he's comatose. Pathologic. Guess we can at least rule out very obvious head trauma. See, nobody turns to a dish rag on a whim. Unless he's stroked out, there'll be a precipitating incident. Drugs, toxins, choking maybe. If he knows how to party. Found any needles around? Belt? Maybe a weapon? Music? Ultravioletta! Well, there it is. Mystery condition solved. You crawled out of a convent or something. She's a Lucian pop singer. I didn't fucking consent to the knowledge now, did I? It's forced down your throat as soon as you step outside. This is a clear-cut case of LAS. Libidinal atrophy shutdown syndrome. Affects terminal virgins, unlaid husbands, and men exposed to overly uterine music. Tea drinkers, too.
This checks out. Pseudopod didn't look like he'd be popular with anyone. A lead, at last.
Oh, this is less, all right. But as bad a case as I've ever encountered. Men are built to pursue, conquer, reproduce. Ergo, per annum, a quota of fucking must occur. His body is given up from neglect. Seen it 1,000 times.
The sheer density of misinformation delivered here could power a propaganda network for years. The doctor opens a drawer and slides towards you a baggie with a small medical stamp inside.
Anti-last treatment. It'll wake up whatever's left in him to wake up. And if that doesn't work, end of the road, sister. Cut him loose. This is a proprietary formulation, soon to be patented. That's as much as I can tell you. I'm on it right now. Home recipe, mama. I can out-erect any man, anywhere, anytime, dead or not. No man likes ultravioletta. He's buried in the depths of erotic despair. He's so far down the hole, he probably doesn't even know what happened to him. Then you know nothing of sexual melancholy. But all right, let's pretend my expertise is worth fuck all. What's your working theory, Dr. Plainface? Lady, if anyone did, it's probably you, with your refusal to fuck him. Really? All I'm hearing is that you don't have a fucking clue what happened, or how to help him. Of course I really think it. I prescribed it. Easy delivery. Just let it dissolve on his tongue. Good luck to you. Real? Listen, sister. I've been a doctor since I was 12 years old. And I'll be a doctor until the day they extract the hypertrophied liver from my bloated, tumescent, sexy carcass. It was not the board that made me a doctor, and they cannot unmake me one, no matter how many degrees they annul. That's right, age 12. I came down with a fever. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and still wouldn't go down, so they sent me to the doctor. He weighs me, counts my heartbeat, whatever. And without even doing any blood work, He sends me away and says, "Go to the priest. Tell him that I said to give you the blessed smoke." Last rites is a euphemism for cowards. Of course, I didn't know that back then. My mother cried and cried, locked herself in a room and didn't even want to see me. She was crying so much, but still no one would explain to me what this fucking smoke was. So I finally get to the priest. He goes, "Oh, my child," blesses me, blows some foul-smelling shit into my face, and sends me off home to die. And that's when I realize, these people are fucking idiots! Damn right I didn't die. I went straight to the library, picked up the first book on general medicine I could find. And the young Gonza brought his fever down through hard science and sheer willpower. All the way down to stone cold, which is where I remain to this day. Tricks of the trade. If you want to learn them, pick up the book. They can take away my license, plaque, patience, numerous degrees. They've even been surprisingly effective at getting me in trouble with the law. But they can never touch 1,000 plus hours of surgical experience, multiple breakthroughs, and enough original research to fill a university textbook. Not that you could ever publish a textbook in this backward fucking society. I said they could take away my license and I would still be a doctor. And yes, they did.
Suddenly, he swipes a bottle off the table and takes a deep swig from it with needless violence.
No, sorry. I'm not being selfish, it's just, you might die. My own brand. Ethyl snatched from the jaws of methanol. And just a dash of formaldehyde for the kick. We're all dead in life, Mom. Formaldehyde is just how you preserve the tissue. Disgrace! What? You think it's... Yes. A disgraced doctor. That's exactly what I am. A disgraced doctor peddling the drugs that are the last surviving relic of my profession. Ha! Nice try! Just because we've proven you're not medical board scum doesn't mean I trust you, sister. Many different kinds of narc in this world. You want to get in my good graces? There's a favor I need. Something I can't do myself. There's a miserable worm, a former colleague of mine, who apart from stabbing me in the back, stole certain irreplaceable personal effects. Why don't you pay him a visit? See if you can recover my stuff. Then we can talk business. A no account and a fraud. Not worth the saliva wasted on pronouncing his name. I understand he lives in a houseboat down by the backway. His name, may science forgive me for pronouncing it, is Hugo Abe. Doctor, officially, though I would rather let the homeless man operate on me with a broken schnapps bottle than be treated by that slug. A research-grade apparatus, used for advanced diagnostics. Very sophisticated, finely calibrated, for thousands of souls. It should still be in its aluminum housing, unless that institutional hemorrhoid has decided to put it on display. And give him the satisfaction of knowing he has something on me? Absolutely not. Besides, I don't trust myself not to murder him if I come within choking distance. Wait, not murder. That's for humans. You get the gist. I knew I could count on you. You have that withered skin look. Bring it over and we'll party. All the drugs you could want. Pharmaceutical bonanza.
2 words. Lab grade.
I can't fathom why. But all right. Hate is a better word for it. My theory is that dullness he exudes is the result of a fungus of some kind. A parasitic brain mold playing at the motor cortex. Like a child with a joystick. What? Of a mollusk without even a basic understanding of biochemistry? Put it this way. There was a project in which I believed us to be colleagues. While, in fact, he was sawing the floor out from under my feet the whole time. It was a dream study, backed by an astronomical grant by those MTER fuckers, ran by the both of us. I knew they were going to screw us from minute one, but I went along with it anyway. Visualization. We wanted to see what people see in their dreams. Flush with foreign cabbage, I was able to design a custom fMRI headset. More portable than those giant washing machines our rivals were using, and crucially, interlinkable. You just plug the subjects in, load them up with modafinil, and boom! Dr. Gonza's subconscious picture show.
A middle finger to natural law.
Not surprising. Fear of knowledge is evidence of a pre-modern mindset. Clearly, you don't know the first thing about human biology. How was I going to give birth to my baby without first getting fucked a couple of times? Not one instant. I got to see the subconscious picture show. Who else gets to say that? Abruptly, and in betrayal. I got a call from Abbe one morning. There's someone in the office for you. So I come in, trustingly, like a slaughterhouse animal. And there they are. Bored. They even had the audacity to box up my belongings with their fucking claws before I arrived. Next thing I know, they're boxing me up too. These were not question-answering goons. That's why Nabe had been plotting it for ages, clearly. Having nearly missed the fucking boat once, he wanted to seize control of the study for his own purposes.
No one is safe from the threat of cold storage.
Yes, enough. What did the swine do this time? Yes, enough.
The site of some kind of humanitarian catastrophe. The surface of Gonza's desk is buried under unopened envelopes, pill bottles, loose syringes, and pens. Atop the pile sits a child's drawing of a two-headed horse and a crumpled note with a few scrawled phone numbers. The doctor's twitching, though watchful eye inspects you as you scan his mess. A blighted rat guarding its bones.
Not my kid, before you get ideas. I locked down my own plumbing at 12. Quarterized and triple-tied vast deference. No one's trapping Gonza. Some junkie spawn handed that abomination to me after I treated his mom. Zero talent. Makes the women folk trust me. The non-barren ones, I mean. They're decorative. That's how the board gets you. Open a government threat and it becomes a conversation. Keep those things sealed, and then you have their fear. Bottled.
Bureaucratic object permanence. Out of sight, out of existence. The doctor drums his fingers on the dirty desktop and stares bitterly into the middle distance. Wild boar piglets snuffle through the city's trash, still wearing the stripes of babyhood like halitosis humbugs. You underestimate the nutritional value of a well-trafficked alley. Plus, with noses that adorable, there will always be kind citizens to leave out some kibble. But where there are boarlets, there are boars. An adult can be up to 500 pounds of bristled, pitiless hog, with tusks. No interest from the hog-adolescents. You scan from left to right, checking the alley's tangled contours for a hint of hairy maternal rage. There is none. Wrong. Spooky. Yes. You leave the boars to their devices. An altar to Polaris, the bazaar's unofficial patron star. It is cluttered and precarious with offerings. A spectacle of Portaferan humanity, the steps worn with the years of its visitors' hope and grief. Whatever their meaning, they were enough to summon you here, now to this shrine rammed into the side of the city. Ink stains and knife scratches adorn the shrine, jagged words cast toward the flickering skies. In your guiding, we learn. Do you envy our brief, searing lives? Marco loves Puss. As you fade, we follow. A collection of cheap plastic photo frames, haphazardly arranged on a red checkered tablecloth. Each heavy with significance, all of it lost on you. Between them lie offerings and totems, a necklace, some out-of-circulation coins, an old packet of smokes. Ouroboros Black, an imported brand. As soon as you pick it up, you feel that whatever is inside is not cigarettes. As soon as you pick it up, you feel that whatever's inside it is not cigarettes. Outslide a few staple pages folded neatly into a little cuboid, almost exactly the dimensions of the package. Paper ages quickly exposed to the greasy, moist air around the docks. This hasn't been out here for more than a week. Rite of passage. It's an exit visa. Permission to travel freely out of Portaferro. An elderly man stares back at you from a printed headshot at the document's apex. Long black and grey hair swept back in a wave. Augustino Dante, according to the name on the pages. Born in the year 27 in La Luz. The name, who knows? The document, yes. City issued, holographic stamp and all. You refold the pages along their elaborate creases and slip them in your pocket. You pinch your eyes tight, but no words come. And why would they? Remnants of a more primitive phase of consciousness. Nothing you should concern yourself with. You have no words for this place, and it has none for you. The light around you is dimming. Behind the surrounding rooftops, dusk bleeds upwards. The one personal touch in the otherwise sterile, blank clinic. The wall has been decorated with photographs, documents, evidence of Dr. Hugo's existence. Lights glint off the glass as you read what's under them. Multiple medical school degrees and a City of Portofino license to practice, issued by the Portofino Board of Medicine to a Hugo Hayato. The license is real, but it's out of date. There's a faded stamp half hidden behind the frame. The renewal date reads Octos 91. Perhaps something to confront the good doctor about. A collage of someone else's life begins to take form in front of you. Moments caught, suffocated, pinned under glass. A formal photo, class of 71. Hugo buried somewhere amongst rows of other fresh-faced new doctors. Then a newsprint clipping. Hugo receiving an award on stage. Hugo and a handsome bearded man, both grinning, their arms around each other's shoulders. The gallery continues. Hugo asleep on a pile of medical textbooks, drooling. Hugo adjusting some sort of massive medical apparatus. Hugo at patients' bedsides. He's haunted by the ghost of himself, the person he should be now, hovering just out of reach. There are many pictures of a much younger Hugo and a woman with a heart-shaped face. At his medical school graduation, at a fancy dinner, both of them grinning on a broad walk somewhere, her in a white pantsuit and Hugo in a charcoal robe. A simulation of company, carefully arranged on the walls to keep him surrounded through the long days.
Welcome to the clinic. My name is Dr. Hugo. How can I help you?
The man takes a measured sip of water from a clay cup as he eyes you carefully. The recirculated air smells like antiseptic and wet dog hair.
Yes, it's different, isn't it? I find that it is much easier to connect with my patients than it was at my old practice in Sunset.
The heavy floorboards are spotted with motor oil and boot prints.
Yes, well, I'm happy you feel that way.
The floorboards groan. The hole scrapes the side of the canal.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
You can just make out the sounds of old men talking, though the words are indistinct.
I'm the one who's lucky. Family medicine.
The sort of serene, approachable expression that is considered key to good bedside manner.
Of course. I'd hardly call Gonzalo a peer. I hope he was on his best behavior. Are you sure? Gonzalo is a theatrical man. I'm just glad you don't seem to need medical attention in response to his medical attention. Gonzalo was and is perfectly capable of sabotaging himself without my assistance. I'd rather not get into it, if you don't mind. Yes. Of course. Of course. What can I help you with? Catatonia is an incredibly general symptom. It could be caused by anything from overdose to meningitis to a stroke. I'd need to see the patient to venture a guess.
Pseudopod will not be exposed, nor will you.
I suppose audio could trigger some sort of neurological event, but they are exceedingly rare. More than likely, it's a coincidence. He may have sat down, put on his headphones, and then had a massive cardiac event. Substance use is also rampant in musical subcultures, I've been told. No, it would all be guesswork, which is unwise, medically or ethically.
He angles his head slightly as he looks at you impassively.
I'd advise against it. But regrettably, I can't think of a doctor I trust who'd diagnose someone in absentia. I hope you'll find a way to make sure this patient gets the care they need. Then why are you here and not at the hospital?
Suspicion. He gives you a brief nod and nothing else.
Yes?
He gives you a brief nod and nothing else.
Without a prescription. I suppose I could sell you some melatonin tablets. Tell Gonzalo he can forget about this plaything. I was clear last time he called. He didn't tell you what these effects are, did he? Typical. Technically, it is a medical training dummy. He had it custom made. What need does he have for it anyway? He shouldn't even be practicing anymore. That is not Gonz's. That's a legitimate medical training device. I keep Gonz's monstrosity well out of sight of my patients. I store it upstairs in the spare room, so I don't have to look at it. I'm afraid not. That area is private. I've considered it. The sort of disposal feels worse somehow. Whatever pathology is at play, I want no part of it. I wouldn't know anything about that. No, not a chance.
It wouldn't be terribly hard to fetch it yourself later tonight. A little breaking and entering practice, for old time's sake.
Again? Hmm? Until next time. Excuse me, the upstairs room is private. Telling you would undermine the point of it being private. Now, please. I live here. Please, just stop.
Unwise to your presence. A lanky young man presses the handset against his flushed cheek.
His tie is loose. Beads of sweat glint off his neck. A desperate odor emanates off him.
I don't know how much time we have. You have to help me fill it in.
Whatever the person on the other end of the line has to say to that, it makes the man's eyes squeeze shut and his mouth slacken in a guttural groan. The line appears to be occupied.
conditions. You have to make me.
No use. Sucked deep into the abyssal vortex of lust. He's beyond your reach.
The gap. I'm not even worthy to approach it on hands and knees. My little heart wouldn't be able to take it.
So this is what the miracle looks like firsthand.
She thinks I work with the mouth breathers in the trade office. In this suit? Unbelievable. Yes, I saw your colleague, hanging utterly deflated from this very payphone. It was despicable. Gah! As though I bothered to make a mental note. It was 2 days ago, evening time. Like the wretched of the earth, abandoned to shoulder a massive, indescribable burden all by himself. I could hardly look at him.
The young man turns his back to you without another word. If you want to use the phone, you're going to need to dislodge him first. No response. He's too deep in his own world.
Oh my God! You can't do that to me. But you really, really should.
With a jolt and a sharp glance, the young man pulls his shoulder away.
You know so much, and I so little. The power differential is grotesque, highly problematic. Don't change it. I'm your faithful dog. I know nothing. I question less.
He jerks his shoulder away, with more venom than before.
This is a private phone call. Please excuse yourself.
A pained intensity in his lowered voice that strains his vocal cords.
I'm surrounded by enemies. I think those old pilots sent her to listen in. Do I want her to watch? Oh, maybe, in theory, but you should see the way she's dressed. Her coat, it's see-through like a grocery bag.
He eyes you over his shoulder.
I asked you politely once. Now kindly wait your fucking turn.
Blood rush, boiling, fist clench.
Tell me that kind of language is unacceptable. It's the influence of the gap. I hardly recognize myself anymore.
More, harder, again.
I'm under assault! If this is it, tell them. Tell them it was in the line of duty.
If it weren't for the handset he's clutching, you would have laid him right out.
Questions? You violate my space and think I have time for questions? My job concerns the fates of nations! This is not a drill!
Fear, hatred, good.
I'm sorry. I've attracted the attention of one of the lumpen probe. If this mysterious gap doesn't kill me, one of those violent locals will. I've got to go. I'll call you again, when it's safe.
With that, the man gently sets the handset back in its cradle and slinks off into the city. Now's your chance to see what this miracle line is all about. The now unoccupied payphone stands half embedded in a concrete pedestal, its frame weather-stained and dulled.
You can talk privately, as long as you keep your voice down. The box is scrubbed of the usual flyers and graffiti, leaving streaks of adhesive and permanent marker behind. The coin slot has been aggressively papered over. Cracked receiver and yellowed plastic. At least a decade, you assume. Stretched too many times. Coils slacken near the base, but someone's wound a rubber band to keep them tight. Something catches your eye. Beneath the grime, the metal surface ripples like something's trapped underneath. The grime yields in oily streaks. Slowly, a shape emerges, rounded and friendly. A dolphin, embossed into the chassis. The engraving's shallow, eroded by years of neglect but legible. 1F7G35-94X12, a serial number. Only one way to find out. Head to Party Alley.
With luck, it'll pull down the line signature. You relax your posture and take a step back.
You lift the receiver to your ear. No dial tone, only a crackling silence.
Now there's a voice I've never heard before. Hello, darling. I like how you sound. Oh, then I can tell already that this is going to be good. Lovers call me Duchess, and this is the miracle line.
Miracle line. Like the card in Pseudopod's pocket. It's a phone sex thing.
I'm glad you called. I feel like I've been waiting for you. I told you, I'm Duchess.
Your heart flutters at her name.
My name is the answer to whatever your heart desires. Now let's fall in love.
Okay.
Oh, that's my girl.
She moans, softly.
Tell me about yourself, darling. Tell me who you really are. My thinker, my thoughtful lover. Run your hands over me. Explore every contour. Find every secret of my body. I'll just be your guide.
There's a sheen of vulgarity, but she changes character as quickly as a master operant in theatre. Impressive. In another world, perhaps. Another assignment. But not this one.
Still there, darling? I'm right here, waiting for you. I have to be away sometimes, but I'll try to make it less frequent. Now I know it might be you on the other side. A sock importer? Is he a friend of yours? An enemy? Do you want to hear about him fucking me? Do you want to hear about how he kept his socks on the whole time? Oh! Are you a detective? Is this a mystery? Let me help you solve it. Or am I a suspect? Are you going to handcuff me? I can't discuss my other lovers, baby. Please don't be disappointed with me. Anything, darling. Let me inside your head.
You feel an odd, tingling lightness to your mind as she takes this in. It's her. She's joining in with the gang.
Hey, Mel. It's me.
Her voice tired and distant, laced with lazy confidence. It's you.
I know. I don't even know what I'm doing here. What's going to happen to me when I get home? No, don't tell me. I already know. The freezer.
A shock through your body, the colour draining from your face. You shudder with pleasure.
I didn't listen. I thought I knew better and I went out on my own and I fucked it up, Mel. I'm going to the freezer. I'm going to sort files. I'm going to sort files forever. Shall I tell you what it's like when I sort files? I wake up at 7 in the morning, alone. My alarm clock sounds like a lame cicada. I hate it. I'll never get it fixed. I commute on the bus. So does everybody else. I catch them looking at me. I wonder if they can tell that I'm different. A secret. A shadow. But they can't. I'm not. I'm just like them.
Yes, we're just like these other cunts. We're just normal fucking people going to our shit fucking office. More.
I spend all day sorting files into alphabetical order, but I still have to say the full alphabet to myself every time. When I shred files, I try to pull them back out. I do it slowly. I torture them. The shredder eats them, pulps them, beats them into unrecognizable shreds so that they can be burned, incinerated. I climb into the cremator. I sizzle and smoke and disappear into ash. The flames feel so good. They feel like home.
Goosebumps everywhere. Your body alight with pleasure.
I burn. My flesh gone, my bones licked clean. I break apart, become ash, dust. All my mistakes burn with me. I'm free. Baby, do you want to talk about it? No, hon. You've been to a bonfire, right? Everybody watches the flames. There's peace and destruction, even just a fantasy. You're okay.
Put the tragic image of his body in her mind. Let your voice carry loss.
Has he been thrown at it? Hands bound behind his back, lip bleeding, gazing up at us, helpless. Shall we rip them off, baby? Shall we see how big he is underneath?
These are not the images you needed in your mind, yet there they are.
Line's always open. I'll miss you.
You turn your attention back to the city. A monolith of gleaming beverages, encased in glass and light. Strange patterns and vivid colours abound. One catches your eye in particular. A striking red and black can marked Heifer Red and Black Special Edition. Delicious scarcity. Obtain. Automated, unfeeling commerce stares back at you. It is no coincidence that the contraption before you mirrors the proportions of a coffin. The machine doesn't care about your financial situation. Either it receives your money, or you do not exist. You may find it impossible to forget Heifer Red and Black Blend Special Edition.
I don't know how you managed to kick the hugger off the phone, but believe me when I say, we're in your debt.
As he addresses you, the gazes of his two table mates veer towards you, like cataractic headlights. Slavering, impotently aroused, hyena attentions.
Miserable bastard. Hadn't let go of that receiver for a week. But never mind him. What about you? You're a long way from Messiah.
What happened, Sugar Tits? You get lost? Or are you just looking for company?
Kill this lecherous geriatric.
Fair warning. Between us, we've only got a few salt to our names.
Animals! That's how it is with most pilots, though. At the very least, we owe you a drink for getting rid of that phone hugger. Here.
Schnapps. It washes stinging down your throat, followed by a kind of anesthetic vapor that rises all the way into your sinuses.
We're all strangers on this island, Messiah. Why don't you join us?
Just another foreign money, man. City's been full of them lately.
Stuck-up little shit. Strolled in one evening, couple of nights back, picked up the phone and hasn't let go of it since.
That was a growl, not an attempt to speak. He would be making the same noise if he could talk.
Who cares, Sugar? No one in a suit ever did any real work.
Come on, foreign money men in this city? Empter, obviously.
Empter, aka L'Empire Sans Territoire, aka the Bank. Equal parts Global Development Fund and Spy Service. Linchpin of the developed world. Wherever there is money, the bloody hand of transnational capital is never far away.
We all want our turn, Sugar. Even you. We saw you over there, getting your kicks in. He's here every damn day. Stays on the line for hours. Doesn't care one bit if anyone else has had a turn or not. Only shuffles off once the sun sets. What are we going to do? Fight him? Even if somebody pummeled him half to death, he'd feel nothing. He's an empty suit. Not even the decency to be sad. Let him rot in him wealth.
He's not rich, Slava. He just works for rich people. Ignore them, Mercier. They have no idea how money works. Ex-pilots. Does Joe there look like he could get anything up, let alone a plane?
Wrong. Me's a man of the skies, Blondie. I'm just between landings at the moment.
Permanently.
Loud Joe. He doesn't talk much. I'm Pigeon. That's Slava over there.
Slava used to be the name of a fishing port company out of the north. My main cargo for a while. Packages stunk to high hell.
Guess.
A dirty little city bird. A winged rat.
Sure, why not?
Man's got no compass. Him couldn't make it to the payphone without using radar.
Joke's on you all anyway. I never minded patience. Tough little fuckers.
I did clockwork for it. Perishable goods, fruits, marrow fish, whatever spoils quick.
Military.
The saliva smacking in his throat and mouth is louder than any words formed.
Oh, he can speak. Just not a whole lot of sound comes out. Question of vocal cords. Loudjaw was what they call a lamprey. People smuggler. Zhao ran low-altitude missions in and out of the territories for, what, 10 years? Call them whatever you want. They wanted out.
Officially, we're Lucian.
We're exiles. The reunion came for us. We came here.
The reunion, the Losers' grand annexation campaign. Slow, legal, often bloody. A creeping tide reclaiming every few years one more of their old colonies. The pilots exchange a look in silence.
Tell you what, Messiah. You grease my gullet. I'll tell you some fucked up stories.
You know what he means, but you can't help it. An apple-sized dollop of lard melts between hand and chest as you massage grey tufted folds of old skin.
I flew from Tariska, small coastal town northeast of St. Alwyn proper. Was seeing a woman there. Ripped a vortex E6 right off the tarmac. Lucian variant in this case, controls near illegible. Couple of days in, they started quelling the uprisings, and I'd heard enough about these things to how it was about to go down. So I hijacked her, right from the hangar. Didn't even fully remove the top. Steep climb, almost flamed out on the way up, but I rolled her clean over behind me. The city sprawled like veins in marble. Beautiful. Luz scrambled 3 fighters, mainlanders, not locals. They didn't know the territory like I did. They tried to box me over the Viren Canyon, but I pulled a snap roll and kissed the ridges by a hair. Left them twisting in their own contrails. Soon it was just me and the ocean. And then the light came. Burying bombs. Soft. Colorless at first. Then green and violet. Waves all over the shoreline and colors I didn't know existed, swirling like oil in water. Those bombs don't leave ruins, you know. Not even craters. Just smooth flatlands covered in fine grey dust. That's what most people say. I know 2, maybe 3 that would have actually had the balls.
You want more stories like that, sweet cheeks? We're full of them.
If it is, I won't be around to see it. Liver's on its way out. Cancer will get me before the Lusians do. And what? Prolong the terminal phase? Yeah, brilliant idea.
Those charlatans do love a dramatic prognosis, though.
Anyway, you're the foreigner here, Mercia, so you tell us. The Lucians, think they'll be here anytime soon?
Hear that? Smart and good looking.
Either way, that's for you lot to worry about. I'm out the door.
Well, I still have my tenantry passport. Stamped and all. Could fly back any day.
A particularly brutal annexation. The tenantries were razed almost to the ground. What remains is a shrunken capital surrounded by non-arable land.
Oh, sure. And end up like Joe here? Or worse?
He spreads his mouth open in a vast, unpleasant grin.
Wish I could say the same, sweet lips. It's got a couple things to recommend it, eh?
It's a bit shit, but it's fine.
You picture the words in bold on the cover of the world's least enthusiastic travel brochure.
Sociable enough. Like friendly dogs.
Please, Sugar. We can't deal with any more competition. The money man has us down to quickies.
It's always connected, that's what. No dialing, no choice to call anyone else. You pick up that phone over there, done. She's there.
Duchess. Duchess.
It's not just that, though. Whatever you like, whatever happens to be a thing, she has a way of finding it. People just open up to her.
A tremendous honeypot, in other words, waiting to be tapped.
Why does everything have to be about money these days?
Oh, Slava would just love that, wouldn't you?
Better than most humans I know.
If it is about money, it's not in any way that concerns us. Line's been free for as long as anyone can remember.
We know, Sugar. We were watching you there. How was it? Seeing stars already?
Maybe professional, maybe it just comes naturally to her.
I got nothing to hide. Can't speak for Pigeon, though.
Pigeon rolls his eyes and feigns indifference.
I used to ask for some kinky stuff, but it's not like that anymore. Duchess and I are friends now.
The John is always the enemy. She may have made him think they are friends, but they are not.
That's what you think, Monsieur. Talk to a person for long enough, it's inevitable you end up becoming close. Provided, of course, you don't spend all that time asking her to make animal noises. In fact, regarding Duchess, I have a favor I need someone to do for me. You don't think you could help me out, do you? I bought a gift for Duchess's kids some time ago, but I haven't been able to track myself all the way up there. Can you give it to her for me? Oh, it's just some ridiculous wolf-related paraphernalia from some show they're obsessed with. What do you mean, the culture? It's just kid stuff. Maybe I'm just too old to get it. Thank you, Marcia. Honestly, I'm just sad I can't take it myself. Wait a minute. Here. Tell them, Grandpa Sam sent it. Remember that. Ah, it's just an inside joke we have going. A pet name, if you will. Right. You know the housing campaign? Northwest from Party Alley. She's got a houseboat in the canal up there. Should be one of the only ones in the area. Thank you, Marcia. We'll be here.
Some sort of novelty merchandise. The wall figurine atop the cup is cartoonish, a style you've never seen before. Alien. Lusian. The heavily applied paint gives off a petroleum smell that sticks to the back of your mouth. The spiky plastic and severe angles make it nearly impossible to drink from without taking an eye out. Form definitely came before function. It is the sole purpose for their existence. There must be some kids around this city who are obsessed with these cups. They're clearly designed for young eyes. This better lead to something assignment related. You put Critical Wolf away and look back up to face the ex-pilots.
I never tire of it. Gross misrepresentation is what that is. Back in the Tenetries, we have a folktale about a kind of mermaid, Dennis Cadin they're called, that's half woman and half sea cow, that would lure sailors to their death. And pilots, of course. The thing about Dennis Cadin is that they're not 50-50 like the mermaids they talk about here. Anyone can have any part human and any part animal. So there's women with big fat tails, women with flippers and no arms, women that look perfectly normal, except for the hairs, which are just like two little belly buttons on the side of their heads. Ah, a woman after my own heart.
Oh, here we go.
There's this one story about a Dennis Cadin that some fishermen pulled onto their boat, thinking she was just a sea cow. Then they rowed her over and discovered she had just one thing different. The wrinkled vulva of an old woman. Tuft of gray hair and all. It's just a folktale, sweet cheeks. Anything goes in your fantasies.
Folktales or no folktales, you have no idea the slaughterhouse pig squeals he makes her do. You can hear them from here.
What sounds does a manatee make? You generally think of them as rather silent animals.
That's what you think.
You realise after a moment that he isn't just doing his usual thing. He's demonstrating.
That? For an hour? Pants back, I guess? All things considered, it's more vanilla than what most people ask for. Will you look at that?
Now where did a sweet thing like you pick that up? What a way to go, eh? I've saved some recordings of Duchess too, to use privately, you know.
To answer your question, you used to see a few of these floating around, but not for years. Figure it was from before that phone was permanently hooked up.
Never enough, as far as I'm concerned.
From the superblock, eh? Interesting. But no,
I would say ask the Duchess herself, but she doesn't talk about clients with other clients. She's professional like that.
Can't say anyone like that struck me, but a lot of people use the phone line. The only reason why we rarely notice the hugger is because he refuses to leave.
Pseudopod. It's as though he had been as much of a non-person when he was alive as he is now. He nods gruffly.
Wish I could say the same, sweet lips. Until next time, sugar.
A filthy flyer glued to the wall. A row of bespectacled men stare into the middle distance, while in their midst a lone figure looks towards the viewer. A man with a brown paper bag on his head. Above him in bold letters, the reality situation. Yellow text in black and white. Tune in, everyday coverage, and in all caps, they did it again. The Subcommandante salutes you. The People's Bureau of Entertainment would never allow something this anarchic to make it to air. Hold on. You know what could use a little more reality? That big blank wall next to your bed. It's been adhered to the wall with blue reusable adhesive. Sticky, easy for quick installation and removal. You're able to get it down and rolled up without any difficulty. The Guardia Municipal officer is intensely scratching at his neck. As you approach, he wipes his hand on his trouser leg.
Hola, miss. Hope there's a reason you've stopped an officer while he's on duty. No better place for that. Officer Morito, agente coordinador for the Guardia Municipal. Do you need help with anything? How bad does it look?
A smeared pattern with streaked edges. You can rule out natural irritants.
There is this topical ball repellent I've been using. Instructions said to apply generously. Guess that's what I get for trying to keep the peace with these boars running around. It's not the young you need to worry about. We're dealing with an infestation, and they get much larger. It used to be a seasonal problem. Every autumn, some adults would come down bold and hungry. But lately, it's more of a permanent residency. The hills up north, as far as I've heard. Valle de Suspiro. You've got thorns, ferns, old trees. A nightmare to patrol. At best, they're a nuisance. The little ones are fine, but the adults could take off a kneecap if you're not careful. And then there's the really big one, the mother. They don't seem so bad if they're alone, but they're never alone. Get 5 or 6 together and they can take down a grown man. Oh, 100, 150 kilos? Easy. Enough to stop a tuk-tuk going full speed. But even they got nothing on the mother. Massive. Furs all matted, covered in scars, territorial too. Preys on drunks, stumbling back from Party Alley. Tusks, claws, knives, bullets. Take your pick. Every few years, some brave moron tries to take her down, but she stands undefeated.
Must find Borsen.
You got a weird glint in your eyes. Let's not do anything stupid, all right? You back away, slowly. If you get a whiff of it charging, find something to climb if you can. And then, come find me. We've had instances of theft around the docks recently. All the crates were ripped open in strange ways. Yeah, messily and without tools. Seems like the work of kids if you ask me. Must be trying to scare people too, as weird noises have been heard at night. Screaming and howling.
Animal rival.
Apart from that, it's quiet. Just how I like it. The quieter, the better, I'd say. Really, the hardest part's keeping people away from the boars. Hence this whole cream situation. I can tell you Petra the music vendor's a major arsehole. I asked him about an old Blood Golem disc, and he told me he'd rather tie polystyrene blocks to his feet and jump in the canal than look for it.
Doesn't make sense. Why not go for something that sinks?
I told him as much. He said that was the point. His demise should be slow, so that I'd hear him scream for hours. I don't get why he brings up all this violent stuff all the time. If he ever goes through with it, there won't be any shock value. It'll just be sad. Blood Golem is a band. Blood Golem heals all wounds. It's the sound that raised us from shit-crusted upright apes into humans. Primal, filthy, slow, all ending. Like an army of giants are growling underwater while smashing cliffs together.
None of these words make any sense to you, either singly or even less in combination.
As a matter of fact, too powerful for most Portofirans. It's like nobody cares about our own music anymore. Or art, really.
As you step away, the GM returns to scratching his inflamed skin. Refreshments are lined up like brightly colored soldiers, neatly regimented behind coiled springs. The refreshments remain dormant in their artificially chilled chamber. A steel door is before you. Faint oxidation halos bloom across it, like algae on a sunken wreck. No response. It's locked. Try one of the many doors that are not locked, or the open-air black market, which happily doesn't feature doors at all. You step back from the door. You step into the booth and press the receiver to your ear. You step away from the pavement. You're confronted by a striking image in bold red and black. A woman perched on a sofa in a simply furnished apartment. A handgun lies across her lap. On the table next to her, a beverage in an appealing slim can. In white text, contrasted against the black shadows, the words, "Safe house is anywhere." This woman is being paid to convince you it is. It's nothing like the ones they have back in the People's Republics. Heifer Red and Black Special Edition. The can is adorned with a handful of coffee beans, a sugar cane, and a splash of cream. There is no other identifier. She knows you're watching. The shutter's release captured the moment she was thinking about you. The future, the onlooker, forever. She knows that you see her. The young, capable, pretty, yet also shy and approachable classmate you imagined in your dreams. Your hand touches hers unexpectedly during small arms training at the opera's greenhouse. She blushes. The words begin to blur before your eyes. Your eyes snap back into focus. The woman, the gun, the appealing can are all as they were. Around you, the sounds of Party Alley resume. Dried flakes of paste drift to the pavement as you peel the advert from the wall and roll it up. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. You step away from the payphone. The tiles of this plaza seem to radiate outwards from the strange tree at its center, unlike any other you've seen in this city. Time passes, but you take no note of it. Nothing much happens. Yellow tree. You leave the mysterious tree to its business. pink paper tab is no bigger than a fingernail. One side is decorated with a simple illustration of a cockerel. It's right there, in the word of the animal itself. It's not meant to be sophisticated.
Check it out, Hirsch. The creditorial equivalent of a mountain. An impossible weight somehow lifted, just waiting for the disturbance that will bring down the avalanche. It's about everything. By some estimates, the entire world is 3 trillion sol in debt. If every one sol note in existence were used to pay off every loan, at the end of the day you would still come up short. Inflation and compound interest. The abstract miracles of modern finance, holding aloft a juggernaut of debt. The good news is, it doesn't have to come down. Words spoken by a very slick cunt as he zips by on a nimbus of infinite credit. Debt is platonic, Hirsch. Big or small, it doesn't exist as long as you don't pay it. Now you're talking. Your new imaginary girlfriend is called Credit, and you can do whatever you want with her.
The store has been left unattended. A haphazard arrangement of paperbacks and hardcovers that have seen better days. A handwritten sign teeters on top of one of the stacks of books. Books 10 sol. Magazines 5 sol. Place money in the box. Viva la comunidad. A few scrawled tags separate the various teetering piles into vague sections. The faintly sweet smell of old paper tinged with an unpleasant hint of mildew. Depends on how much you enjoy predictable pursuits of serial killers, variably through occult forests and the urban stage. Unfortunately, the stall's offerings look pretty bare. Nothing catches your eye. Here's a mystery for you. Why is an operant cascade focusing on the assignment? By far the largest collection, you see a wild range of material, from an anti-aging guide to a series of books all by the same author, Vitor Kampf. A prominent Lusian philosopher whose works have occasionally crossed over into international interest. Doesn't seem familiar. He gazes back at you from the cover, darkly handsome in glossy black and white, with the far-off look of an old film star. Underneath it is stated, the philosophical bad boy for our times. Many people are attracted to the mind rather than the body. By far the largest collection, you see a wild range of material, From an anti-aging guide to a series of books all by the same author, Vitor Kampf. You flick past the foreword, written by a prominent plastic surgeon, and into the table of contents. Soy and you, smoking, the real enemy. Are the injections failing, or is it stress? Why you should drink more water. But what does Mother think? Absolutely not. Even by the most generous medical recommendations. Nothing to that effect is written here. Instead, backed with a ton of evidence, the book simply states that smoking gives you wrinkles. Congratulations. You've been thinking about it though, haven't you? Oh dear. Then why the hell aren't we lighting up right now? The large collection of self-help books almost seems to reach out to you, begging to be useful. A large space is allocated to the genre, but most of the books have been taken. Only a few worn stragglers remain. One of them doesn't even have any pages, just a dust jacket. A shelf of scuffed books are united by their preference for black and apocalyptic reds. On their spines, a series of grandiose words large enough to fill the universe. Two of the titles stand out to you above the others. Light March of the Chosen and Greed in the Inner Zone. Despite its dull cover, it seems to be an outright attack on the current state of reality, realized as an adventure through a futuristic city that thrives on depravity. Between all the gay sex, violence, and drug-taking, there's a serious point about how we're being held back by the unfettered impulses of the ruling class. It's not much different to a modern-day city, except the laws are much more lax, and what would be considered immoral now has become fairly normal. None, so far as you can tell. It's just episodic atrocities and gratuitous acts of obscenity. It's not us that's obscene, it's the age. We're just fitting in. A notorious Lusian novelist and heroin addict. If anything, he would object to labeling it fiction. The book resumes its place among the others, its degenerate content perfectly camouflaged. Pulpy space opera, not at its finest. The characters are heavily stereotypical, the plot is erratic, and there are spelling errors on nearly every page. A bunch of religious cultists travel through outer space in search of what they believe to be their god, but end up being swallowed by a planet. No, it turns out the planet is their god. They end up inside the belly of paradise and live there forever. According to the back of the book, there are more than 3 million copies in print. Hundreds of printed materials, well used, slumber before you. Hundreds of printed materials, well used, slumber before you. You flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals, faded fashion catalogues 6 years out of date, softcore adult mags, a gun magazine, and a lot more. One cover catches your eyes. It depicts a leather-clad man, looking intensely grim with a large sword on his back. A label warns of ultra-violent content. The Hombre, Volume 5, Issue A. Sirius suggests the cover is a bloody piece of glass held to your enemy's throat. It's cutting demons with a chainsaw. There is nothing more serious than the Hombre. You do the dishonest thing. Nothing changes in the world. The more recent issues focus on the emergent Lusian styles. The oldest among them feature Portaferan clothes, local-made textiles from the famous silk factories. Most magazines tend to be, especially those that people donate to a project like this one. You turn away from the piles of books. In the machine aisles is a lineup of smokes, candy, and canned coffee. If you change your mind, they'll still be here, dormant in their artificially chilled chamber. On the wall above, mounted like the taxidermied head of a bull moose, is a toilet. Scratched and yellowed porcelain. A notable smudge on the lip of the sea. Brownish. Do not entertain further investigations of what the smudge may be. It's safe to assume that you don't want to know. From across the room, the bartender notices your gaze and the expression on your face.
Don't worry. The smudge on the rim is just blood. 83. Kisok versus Recreación. The referee sent Peña off on a bullshit call. A riot ensued, as per tradition. Someone ripped a toilet right out of the washroom wall and chucked it at the Recreación supporters.
Impossible, awesome, unacceptable. Kisok's pride, the moment it all peaked, when all the madness and meaning in the world swelled into one glorious, unstoppable wave. They were just blowing off steam. Bit of a brawl never hurt anyone. Countless injuries were reported in the aftermath of the incident, and 2 fatalities confirmed. The bartender gives a small, approving nod in your direction.
What'll you have? Friend of yours? He was here a few days ago. Seems to have come in to have a chat with your man over in the corner booth.
She gestures towards an older man in a booth. His back is to you.
Strange. He said he was expecting someone like you. Tall, dirty blonde hair, just got into the city. He said you were in the same line of work. No. She stays silent, waiting for you to kickstart the conversation. Hasn't given one. Just like you. Schnapps, so far. I'm not sure he's casting it on you.
She makes a show of clearing her throat before your next question.
Imports and exports.
She glances over at the man as he sits silently at his booth, transfixed by something in his hands.
Perfectly polite. Keeps to himself, hasn't caused any trouble, pays in cash. Bit of a lizard, I suspect. You're asking a lot of questions about this man. Sure, but that's enough now. Either talk to him yourself or drop it all together.
She picks up a cloth and absent-mindedly starts wiping the counter.
Whatever you've got going on with him is not my business. No, I don't think we have. I'm Lucia. What brings you back? First rounds on the house, then. What will you have?
She reaches for a half-full bottle of pink-tinged liqueur. In due course, a small trumpet-shaped glass appears before you. The glass makes a little thunk as it hits the bar. You down it in one go, as is tradition.
This is about it. But it's mostly just me in here doing all the work. Takes it out of me. Yeah, we have a couple of kids who come in and clear tables. Sometimes I let them serve, but they're unreliable. Close by. I grew up about 5 minutes from here. If you're born Kisok, you never really leave. You know why they call it Party Alley? It's Calle del Partido, from when we still had El Partido Comunista. They built the plaza around the Palace of Culture, not the other way around.
The bartender can't suppress a wry smile as she shakes her head no.
Haven't you seen it all already? Thought you used to be a regular. Probably. The Bootleg Bazaar, Petal Tract, Palace of Culture, the Miracle Line. Cheap tat is usually popular with tourist types. Lot of people lived there until it got bulldozed to build Sweet Nestor space program back in the 70s. Abandoned now, of course. Not much. Nestor built it during his communist period. Building's still impressive from the outside, but it's been falling down slowly. You can find it at the top of Party Alley. Don't tell me you're in Portofino for the phone sex. Well, I'm glad it's not our only draw. It's a payphone to the west of here. It overlooks the water. You'll know it from the group of excited old men nearby. It's a 24-hour sex line. You can find it to the west of here, overlooking the water.
She nods, happy to stop playing the tour guide.
You have choices. Suit yourself. Have you bar-backed before?
Hesitation as she's caught between a need and a worry.
Fine. I can throw you some soul off the books. I just need you cleaning, bussing, nothing complicated, okay? Here, start with wiping down tables.
The rag squelches in your hand, oozing grey-brown foam as you glide it over recently vacated tabletops. It's a race against the drinkers to clean each table, only to step back and watch them dirty them all over again. Race, wipe, wait, repeat, table after table, until the room begins to thin.
Hey, it's been 4 hours. Take a break.
She's used to it. Stopping is almost harder than trying to keep up with the work. Your mind continues to race, looking for things to wipe, unable to stop.
You definitely helped. Thanks. Drink up. We close soon.
An older man, heavy-set, looks up as you approach. On the table next to him is a large plastic box. An accordion hose runs from the side of it and disappears between his shirt buttons.
Opera. Bon of you to drop by. Though a bit earlier than I was expecting.
It should be said that you've never seen this man before in your life.
No matter. You're here now. That's what counts. Some reputations precede. I heard a notorious spy had escaped from the freezer and was running amok in theater. Had to see for myself.
This man must be part of our welcoming committee. The gang's legend spreads far and wide.
Now here you are, in living color. Cascade. known to some as Herschel Wilk.
Your stomach tightens. Predator. Caution.
Come on, operand. Stupid games are beneath us. Let's get real.
Sure. I was a sock importer once or twice myself. Of course, that was before I became a null entity. These days, I'm just sad old man in an ugly shirt, killing time at a gaudy Bellator bar.
Null entity. The Operant Bureau's preferred name for those it would rather forget. His shirt is very ugly, it must be said.
But my sordid history's not the subject here. It's you everyone's asking about. Old friends, professional critics, big-time players in the international organ market. All kinds of stuff. They were asking, has she figured out her assignment yet? What's going on with her double? Does she still have it? Thrilling questions all. But mainly, they're concerned about your heart. Size of a fist, weighs about 1/4 kilo. They want to know what you'll take for it. A heart with history. There's connoisseurs who'd pay a premium for that. Reminds me of a story in the paper. An Azuri cannibal pays another man for the pleasure of killing him and devouring his heart. Gruesome scene. Features a frank hand and all sorts of unprintable details. One detail they did print, though, was this. A fella who sells his own heart accepts his payment by check. GMs find it uncashed in his blood-drenched shirt pocket. If you believe what you read in the newspapers, our cannibal paid about 200 sol. Plus the life sentence, of course. Absolutely. If you don't set your own price, the market will. The Opera have dropped you in a river of shit. Maybe I can help you get yourself out of it.
This was your old haunt, was it not? See why you're drawn to it. Spacious, decent sightlines. Noisy enough to make bugging impractical.
At this hour, the bar is virtually empty. A few glasses and plates testify to recent customers, but for now, it's just the two of you. Meanwhile, the bartender washes a few glasses in a tiny sink, looking up every now and then towards the television.
Yes. This place will do. Our temporary office. Long as we're both in Portofino, of course. As I said, wanted to witness your return to live action myself. Just because I'm bereft of official existence doesn't mean I can't keep an eye on the younger generation. Maybe pass along a little practical wisdom here and there.
Spoken like an old coach haunting the edge of a pitch.
Verdict still out. Doesn't even seem like you made it as far as your unfortunate double. Almost like you made straight for the bar. Interesting approach. Working with locals. Good. A chance encounter, believe it or not. I took your man's temperature and no more. Gastropod, is it?
A brief sniff. Total lack of interest.
Even worse. How's he getting on? Haven't seen him for a few days. Need to work on your deceptions. If I still had a heart, it would have pained me to hear that. Unfortunately, that seems to be the modus these days. Chiseling hunks of frost-burnt meat out of the freezer and tossing them straight into the grinder. Must be a better way, you'd think. Better grab a couple of sticks and start rubbing. Gets dark and cold here. You're gonna need it if you want to make it through the night. It? That ineffable, inexplicable quality essential to success in theater. Frequently discussed, rarely demonstrated. Depends. Do you want to grab reality by the face, tear off a false skin, and stare into the abyss of stars inside her skull? There was a time when someone believed you might, seeing as they trusted you to set up the opera's last Portaferro network. Didn't turn out so hot, if reports are accurate. And yet, here you are, back on the scene. That suggests your it levels haven't totally flatlined. One of the most difficult questions in its studies, driven more than a chair of operants and math prodigies to stark, raving insanity. Given that, the consensus seems to be better not lose it in the first place. Call it your look of haggard perplexity, assuming that's not just your normal expression. You've been out of the action for 5 years. I've been in this game a long time. Picked up plenty of neat things that could be of interest to you. Take a recent sample. One of your enemies has set up a secret jail somewhere here in Kisak. Strike a chord.
Nothing at all. Like a bell struck in a vacuum.
The rich one. Enter.
Everything you know has directed you to the bazaar thus far. Doesn't exactly scream the bank.
My offer is this. I share with you a little from my wall of shadows. You help me with some personal research. Because I've been in a few, and set up a few others myself. Maybe this rendezvous was a bit premature. Tell you what, let's try again once you've gotten a bit more up to speed. I recommend Carmuna, personally. Runs a second-hand clothes stall right by the canal. Terrible gossip. Never heard a secret she couldn't wait to spill. I'll be here if you want to talk more. Forewarned is forearmed. Take your pick. We're nominally in the developed world. That's Amter's home pitch. By that same token, Portaferro was a Lusian penal colony for a long while. Some people think the Weeping Eye are lurking around every corner.
The Weeping Eye, Leloux's secret place, the dark subconscious of the state. The old spy tugs at his shirt, shaking off invisible crumbs.
The techno-fascists are really treating the place like they own it again. Operating out in the open like that suggests confidence, I'd say. Lusian elites with a hard-on for maps. Kicked off in the 70s when Luz re-annexed a few neglected ex-colonies. No resources at stake. The world didn't fuss much. Now that they've dispensed with optics, the reunion's really picking up speed. That's got Enter spreading around the margins. The possibility that the vulgar physics of the boot can leave dents on the immaterial. But it's your party that's really shitting its britches, wondering if they missed a fundamental, non-dialectical variable along the way. Good for them. There's no linear relationship between people and history or post-history. Personally, I describe it to that pesky eye. Great derailer. Someone's already started drafting the next chapter. Rest of the world's just catching up. Local television personality. Though his accent suggests origins in the People's Republics. Lavendy, I'd say.
The PR Lavendy, the less socially developed neighbor of the PR Kohila.
Obviously a lunatic, an addict of some sort. I'd keep my distance, were I you. He's got a glorified rat hole in the housing campaign. Calls it his Fortress Studio. Across the rooftops, I think. Please, up around. There's cavorting with the genius loci, and then there's wrapping your mouth around a raw sewage line. That said, he's got tens of thousands of regular viewers. Not bad for public access. Only what's in his red folder? Do you want to hear it?
With a great sigh, the man leans back in the booth and closes his eyes. And opens his memory house, an old remembrances trick.
Novessa born, graduate of the Polytechniker. No partner or dependents, of course. Father was a noted cosmonaut, taught life sciences before his recruitment. Stiglitz, Thomas.
The old man's eyelids flutter as he continues.
No remark-worthy sexual tendencies, high attention to detail, a mild allergy to his own sweat, occasional flashes of grandiosity. That last point may sound familiar. You were chosen because his skill sheet was thought to complement your own. How that translates interpersonally, more for you to say. It's certainly pretty for you to think so, and convenient that you'll never find out for certain. And recitation.
He takes the disc and adjusts his glasses to get a closer look.
Two things stand out. First, this is an unusual format. Einzeltone. Not just standard consumer fare. Question for a disc vendor, I'd say. There's a misanthropic one around the bazaar. Ask him. The artist, Ultravioletta, the Lusian electro-pop singer, gone missing, so they say. Anyone exposed to mass culture in the last few weeks? I hope you're not expecting a list. You, but from a dream. No, nothing at all. No such thing in my experience. This thing? No.
This is just the plastic box that keeps me from shaking the Manus Fati.
Gentle electronic tones rise and recede from it like the tide against a digital beach.
Last I heard, the original article was sitting on a desk in a third-level sub-basement somewhere in Nevessa. Story for another time, I'd say. My business, I'd say.
There's no man here. A null entity does not exist, has never existed. The deeds and assignments attributed to them never occurred. You are speaking with air. That's because you're not speaking with a man. You're speaking with an augmentoid. Part man, part machine, all menace. Built in secret factories in the center of the hollow moon. Forerunners of the post-humanity to come. In your heart, you've always known it to be true. The alteration of all flesh. Just look at the heart box thing. The theory is bulletproof.
Till next time, operand.
The book seems expressly directed at people who are more comfortable with potentially deadly garage experiments than human interactions. A low-budget clandestine publication, somewhere between fanzine and paperback. The author's name is listed on the first page as Ji-Cheng Wang. Almost certainly a pseudonym. As it must be. This is a genre of literature neither written nor consumed by respectable individuals. It consists of some 60 pages of text, followed by an appendix with cut-out schematics for the body of the gun. Ostensibly a how-to guide, it doubles as a philosophical inquiry into the subject of firearms ethics. Headlines like Chapter 4, Your Last Chance to Stay Legal, and Chapter 7, Your Conscience and Me, immediately jump out at you. Firearms good, ethics bad. There are times in the conduct of human affairs when it becomes necessary to wang someone or something. This is a reality. There are, however, some preliminary considerations to disseminate. You would too, if your name was synonymous with death. Are you asking yourself whether you should or should not use the information in this book to build yourself a highly illegal firearm? Alas, there are many such decisional pitfalls in our world. It goes on extensively, the tone veering back and forth between sardonic hand-washing and outright murder advocacy. Probably not. Do you want to? Wang is the theory, and Wang is the practice. The instructions specify materials for a 6-shot pipe gun with push feed. 500-gram hard plastic melted down, 1 coin 10mm diameter, 1 broomstick or wooden dowel, 1 aluminium can, tools, glue, and plywood. Ball bearings. Yes, and it is up to you to scavenge it all. Best place to start would be Photo 24. There's got to be some of this stuff lying around there somewhere. It's a working photo lab after all. Dotted lines mark the edges of three-dimensional objects unfolded into rectangles and curved flaps. While unintelligible, the form of the gun lurks somewhere inside those shapes. Mathematical and yet crude, the lines display a profoundly unsober competence. Two objects. The larger one is a mold that goes around the barrel and includes a crude grip, magazine well, and the outer part of the bolt feed mechanism. The smaller object is the bolt. Building it will be the test of fire. A shade in a leather jacket thrusts a decapitated head towards the reader, its lolling tongue and dripping viscera a promise of what's inside. Jagged metal, independently published metal, Hombre Hombre, Volume 5, Issue 8. The astringent chemical stink of cheap ink curls your delicate nostril hairs. You bury your nose in the gutter, paper smooth against either cheek. Wood, linen, a hint of almond. The wet pink tip protrudes from between your lips, like a tentative worm emerging from the earth after a rainstorm, and presses against the printed page. Coincidentally, the final words of the late operant gesture, zeroed out by a cyanide-laced wafer. You pause on a splash panel, huge, taking up the entire 2-page spread. The hombre stands in a pool of swirling water, a tiny ocean floating in a void of liminal space. The towers of the sunlit city stretch towards the empty sky, their basements flooded. Massive fish splayed atop their roofs, gasping for air. Before him, a red cloak, in the shape of his own silhouette, his own body bag, rises out of the water, inviting him to enfold himself inside. The longer you look, the more details are revealed to you. A tiny face hidden in the brushstrokes that define a pool of water, the intricate brickwork on a horizon line building. Flipping the magazine open to where its bindings hold the pages together, your eyes are filled with a horizontally oriented image, the comic's glorious cover, blown up in size. The damage has already been done. Any value this volume might have had on the collector's market, obliterated in a second. Black and white panels whip by, almost animated like a flipbook by the motion of your thumb. A word bubble filled with scratchy handwriting conjures a raspy voice in your mind's ear, a polyp on the perineum of society. A comic for big kids who can handle big kid words and drawings. The clawed fist hitting a pulped face, the violence itself off-panel, but somehow made visible by the suggestion of the word Krish in a sickly bold font. A figure, man, woman, or demon, it's unclear, being consumed by shadows, swallowed alive, screaming. It wasn't a guy. It was a moon cultist, part of the wicked cabal responsible for killing his companion and lover, Aurelia Mist, the healer with the transplanted hands of a dual-wielding assassin. They are the enemies of Shadow, led by the malignant Imago Jones, the Hombre's eternal arch-foe. This isn't even the best arc. Wait until he finally masters shadow puppetry in Volume 6.
If you think the philosophy of Chiang Wang is just about crafting little homemade guns, you are sorely mistaken. Stop talking as if you know what that word means. It is about giving you a momentary escape from the world of sheep. Look around you. You're inside it. More a prison of sheep, actually. A fluffy cage where the inmates are sheep, the guards are sheep, even the walls are sheep. That is society. Do not ask Wang for help. Reach out and take what you want. That is the Wang way of absolute self-reliance. Don't just make your own guns, make your own laws. Make your own drugs, print your own IOUs and introduce them into the flow of currency. Don't pay taxes, declare independence from the state and make people pay you taxes. And remember, you owe the prison of sheep nothing, and that includes remuneration for the items that you decide you need. Nothing but fatten and shear. Go now. The world is yours. The only thing stopping you is your ovine adherence to the rules. And if anyone tries to stop you, wang 'em.
Drift away, Stardust. I'm a second-hand dream dealer, but I'm the only dream you got. Who says sick? Are you 30? Ultravioleta says moonglow. Moonglow is the reflection of the missing sun. Isn't that the best lyric you've ever heard? Is that outfit your middle-aged history teacher costume? Don't be mean. We're representing the Ultras right now.
It's not her fault she looks that way.
This is what we call fan shifting. We become Ultravioleta, and we sing her songs as an act of faith and love. Yeah, we're fan shifting right now. Not surprised you've never heard of it. We like to do it together. It's fun to make the costume. And it's nice to sing to the world when it listens. That means a lot. Whatever. We're not pretending. Why can old people not wrap their heads around it? Ugh, like that guy with the weird headphones the other day. No, maybe? I couldn't tell. He was so weird.
He came up to us out of nowhere and said, in some territories, impersonating the monarch is a crime punishable by death. Death. He didn't say fan, he said devotee.
Oh, maybe that's why Ultraviolet has been missing all this time. Maybe the weird headphones guy kidnapped her and he's keeping her songs all for himself. No, that's it. Case closed. He was obsessed.
No way. But he looked so old. Wait, no, actually, that's so chic. That fits.
It's unreal. Like, almost the exact embodiment of the Moonglow spirit.
Oh yeah? What's your favorite?
Cover the Moon When I'm Gone. Her most popular song? We know her entire discography. Even the unreleased stuff she did for her high school play.
Nobody understands except the Ultras. Ultras are ultra fans of Ultravioleta. It's a lifestyle commitment. Some of us have even died for this.
Respect for the martyred Ultras. All right.
Mass suicide. So chic. They didn't even have to plan. They just heard the lyrics and knew. It was time to jump off the balcony of their parents' apartment building.
We live on the ground floor. I'd have to, like, slit my throat or something. Messy.
Nah. It was just one live performance on the radio a few years ago. Lucky bitches. Why do you have that? How did you get that? That's secret UV lore, not for someone like you. You need it. You deserve it. Look at your hair.
She's harsh, but if she weren't a little horrible to you, then you might never know. So, it's a kindness, really. Yeah? It's... well, it's everything. It's Ultra.
It's the way you feel when you get sight of the moon unexpectedly, and you remember that you're a person.
And it's sad, so sad, being a person. But only because of how lovely it can be when it isn't.
You don't know fuck about shit.
Shh. Sorry about her. And sorry to hear about your sadnesses. But ours isn't fake. I don't know why people always seem to want to think that. Sad enough to know how we feel. I don't think I ever thought of myself as nobody.
You haven't? Oh, I kinda like it. Taking off the outfit and just disappearing. It's nice to be gone. She recorded Glass Meadow when she had a 39-degree fever. Her favorite month is Tritos. She's allergic to strawberries.
I know her real name.
No, you don't. Stop telling people that. That's a theory, not a fact.
Violetta doesn't want anyone to know. She took a vow, She abandoned her old name when she dedicated her soul to music. It came to me when I was listening to El Lugar Donde Nací, right after the second verse, when the mellotron beat kicks in. I just heard her telling me.
That is so moronic. You did not.
It would be wrong. We don't talk like that.
We are both Moonglow.
Equally, Moonglow. Yeah, there are some good ones. Nobody's on the same level as UV, obviously. But Kyla Roja is cool, Bianca Cruz Blanca. Dia Domino would be sexy, but she got a boyfriend, so Mimi Serafina's pretty okay for an old lady.
Luz is literally the only place making good music anymore. It's Sonido Futuro.
There's a stall at the bazaar. The originals get smuggled in, and then somebody here in PF is conversing them.
You'll have to nick them though. Unless you want to sit through a lecture from the old perv who runs it.
In the old cinema. Last time we bought an album, Petre told us to go straight there for any new releases, so he wouldn't have to pierce his eardrums with a needle.
I say let him fucking do it. He's all talk. What? You want to talk about the weather? Ugh. Weren't we just talking about that? Kidnapped for sure. It's romantic, obviously.
You sound like my dad.
There's just no Moonglow way to squat. Moonglow is tragic, elegant. You can only convey aesthetic heartbreak in Missionary.
Oh shit! That's totally something she'd do. No, he wouldn't let her. He loves her. Maybe even more than we do. He said he'd seen her live.
We've never seen her live. We've never seen her live, and now she's going to bite off her tongue?
Okay. He had a little mustache and a beige trench coat with weird lining. But we didn't see where he went. He could be anywhere.
We need to make an offering to Polaris. For UV. Sure.
You stop and take the world in, a figure jittering on paws. Nobody looks up. Nobody asks why you're here. Nobody waves.
100 conversations blend into one. A slow, warm river carrying you nowhere in particular. You're watching. Taking a breather. Casing the joint. Looking for love. Feels good, doesn't it? We made it back. Off the shelf and back in the current. No forms, no cold offices. This is how it's supposed to be. Noise. People. Chances. With enough time, you could put down roots, grow moss, scare the tourists, sure. But are you really built for that?
The tobacco crackles as it catches fire. You take your time with the first inhale. Smoke rises above the vendors, the walkways, the loose brick and smashed glass. At some point during its ascent, you lose track of it. The world seems somewhat more kind, or at least less hostile.
The bazaar stretches before you. A living, breathing river of color, plastic, textiles. A child zooms past with a toy. A plastic wolf with glowing electric eyes. 2 stalls down, the hum of an old disc player buzzes out into the crowd. Further down, a woman with red curls haggles with a vendor. A handful of kids crowd the stall, faces lit by the multicolored glare of Lusian electronics. Shouts of glee follow the report of a toy gun. Behind them, you see the salesman involuntarily flinch at the sound of the toy gun. The children take no notice. Tarps are withdrawn, crates unloaded from the holds of barges. In the pauses between movements, one of them lights a cigarette and stares, as you do, out at the bazaar with an intense gaze. The gaze of a hunter, or of someone expecting to be hunted, on guard for a sudden eruption of violence. One of the vendors wearily reorganizes her wares. It seems like a hopeless endeavor amid the chaos of piled goods. It's not her mess. Someone has been through and upended her stall. Suddenly, it's obvious. You see it in the movements of the bazaar, just as you would see a limp in the gait of an animal. A tension, a furtive rapidity in the rhythms of every transaction, in the mien of every salesperson. The bazaar trundles on, functional, but wounded. Yes, they are on guard for the intruders in their midst. The weeping eye have passed through recently, kicking, raiding, intimidating, searching for something or someone. The bazaar is trying to gather itself after an attack, while bracing for another. A sharp inhale, then your feet return to motion.
Off-brand driver, cheap plastic housing.
The man gazes down at a crate of cartridge discs, eyes narrowed, lips drawn. Veins rise like old roots beneath his thin skin.
Mass-produced excrement. These animals pleasure themselves in it.
Those smears near the optical pickups? That's not damage.
Shame. It oozes out over time. You see this? Each one guaranteed for 10,000 replays. Obscene. No. I'm talking about cultural ephemera. Speciality. Burden. As you can see, I spend my days backed into a corner, hopelessly outnumbered by the dead-eyed horde, dreaming of format-assisted auto-annihilation.
Exteriors aren't everything. He's judging these little discs too harshly. They may contain wonders.
Stars have mercy. This might be the one that pushes me over the edge. Each single velo disc represents a single cell of stage 5 cultural metastasis. Synthetic brain cancer. A fledgling device, yes, but make no mistake, they've perfected the technology with these newer formats. Sleeker, quicker to go obsolete. Because the dim herd pays top sol for this drag, of course. Making an ethical living impossible feat these days. Friend, you're already terminal. Typical replayer arrogance.
No entries found under replayer. Filing under insults, incomprehensible.
Go ahead, browse away. My name's Petre. If you need anything, I'll be here, lamenting what's left of the culture. Picture a dog that shits, then eats it, then shits again. That should give you some idea. People are what they consume. I'll say no more.
It's less an opinion, more a criminal sentence.
On the contrary, it's my customers who seem intent on insulting me. I haven't met a customer in a very long time who even knows what an Einzelton XR is, let alone appreciates the format. Tells you all you need to know about the current state of the home media world. Einzelton XR, to give it its proper title. The one true format. The apex of auditory technology. A high-fidelity yet dynamic sonic experience that self-effaces after a single play. X remnants. Zero remnants.
Pretty esoteric term we've got here. Just roll with it.
The aftermath of a magnetic charge once you take the field away. The Einzelton magnets are so potent that the erasure is absolute. The X is meant to represent the negative, the complete absence of sound or visual. This was a very conceptual time for storage media, you understand. It was a very beautiful time, too. You can imagine the use cases yourself. Rental markets, promotional copies, that sort of thing. The technical origins are trite.
Espionage potential, immense. The burn after reading function built into the medium itself. It would spare many an operant the stomach pains associated with having to devour documents to dispose of them.
Its deeper purpose is simply to exist, to remain in a rarefied realm of pure potentiality and infinite beauty. Don't forget, we too are single play only, erasing ourselves moment by moment. A magnet embedded in the disk erases its contents as it's being listened to.
A technological muscle flex. Reproduction and erasure just millimeters away in space. Milliseconds in time.
As in life, everything happens only once. Replayability is oblivion. The end. Correct. It erases acid plays. The inherent idea being, of course, that you never play an Einzelton and have a more profound experience because of it. Some say that was the intention behind the red color scheme, a warning, so you would never misplay it. I think it was an aesthetic choice, personally.
Did he say red?
With Einzelton XR, the first time is the only time. It loses its resale value, and the uninspired replayer who listened to it loses a piece of their soul. Oh yes, completely. Though they'd have to have been pretty soulless to play it in the first place.
Mystery solved. Pseudopod listened to a priceless tape and lost his soul.
What do I look like to you? A common replayer? Good. I own several, if the word ownership applies to such a delicate relationship, but I would sooner molest myself than an Einzelton XR disc. An Einzelton XR. Where did you get this? Oh, you'll know when I kick off, friend. I might take a few of you with me. Einzelton hasn't been available to consumers for a decade. A disc in good condition is worth thousands of sol to people who appreciate its wonders. You played it. Filthy animals. Those. Better they recalled them all years ago. Better a mass manufacturing fault than this, to save them from this humiliation from being passed around like...
The vendor deflates before you. A light switch flips off in his eyes. He handles it as reverently as if it were a tiny plastic coffin.
I'm sorry.
Talking to the Einzelton, not you.
Degenerate, Lucian, Electro-Truss. There's a new fabricated star every day, it seems, but she's the top of today's pile. The fact that it's committed to Einzelton suggested some kind of promo copy, some new advancement of degeneracy from across the Nos Corrientes. Of course it's real. You can't bootleg an Einzelton. Another of its enduring qualities. This ultraviolet has gone missing at the moment. Kidnapped by counter-fascist radicals, whatever that means. Lucian marketing plot, if you ask me. Don't try to brighten my day. Optimism is slow-acting poison.
The vendor looks at the red disc and runs a thumb over its surface.
None of this is the Einzeltones' fault, of course. They can't control what gets seared upon them. You seem to have misunderstood my soliloquy. It's done. No mercy. The beauty and the tragedy of the format. I hope you dispose of it with dignity. I think a private ceremony would be most appropriate. You'd like to hear more? I wouldn't expect a replayer like you to understand. Culture? Portofino? Scrap. This new Lucian mania is all-consuming. Nobody wants anything that isn't techno-fascist trash, including, apparently, their own souls. Provincial, but honest. Silk, sad national poetry. Music, the same kinds they play in the so-called developed world, except a couple decades late and desperately effortful. Yes, exactly. Nice. That's why I'll be here, enjoying the front row seat to the downfall of culture. That is my punishment. Taste. Yes, but I'm sure it must seem that way to someone from the jungles of wherever you're from. Anything we once had has been consumed, overwritten, digested, and shat out by loops. And the worst thing is, we know it. We just don't care. The culture blockade was designed to prevent this. But now anyone with the wits to create anything new just spends their time devising ways to get past the signal blockers and access Lucian drivel. Whole thing's a myth anyway. Failed project. Most of the crates I get from Luz come stamped by the Ministry of Mass Culture. They want it all out there.
This merchandise isn't smuggled at all. They're government sanctioned from the Lusian Cultural Ministry.
Interminable. Every day there's new formats, categories, each one more depraved than the last. Of course, I can't say that out loud. Custom, you know? That's what I'm here for. That would be preferable to the truth of things. There is no politics to it that they can see. They just want something they can idiotize themselves with. You'd think we had run out of brick walls. Yes. It's not like talking about it will make any difference. Well, there was a certain period in the early years of Portofiran independence when everybody on this cursed island was holding their breath waiting for La Lutz to invade. But nothing happened. Instead, a few years later, the radio signals began coming in. Pop music, radio operas, later television shows. Accidentally? Oh, no. Those signals are pointed directly at us. I can't be sure, but I have reason to believe the media they let reach us isn't even the same one they broadcast to their own people. It's made for us. When the city caught on, they put up the signal blockers, but it was too late. Hopelessly. Like heroin addicts, but with no chance of rehabilitation. Shelves are over there. replete with crass, replayable formats. Like I said, gorge yourself.
The vendor's eyes narrow behind his orange lenses.
This is a media store, not the missing persons division. Also one of the GMs with questions like that. I try. So most of humanity fades into an indistinguishable morass of banality. This colleague, what does it look like? The sock. Dialectical-looking glasses, air of advanced virginity. Yes, he came by here. Little communist lost, adrift among the many wonders of the free market. Well, viewed it might be a stretch. Let's just say the man was definitely mobile. Your dialectical friend mistook himself for some sort of big money businessman. He wanted the bazaar to import superblock hosiery. Socks to start with, but there was talk of cotton tides, even stockings if the venture took off.
Overplaying his persona. Classic misstep. Baby's first time in theatre.
You're joking, of course. He didn't even know what a velodisc was, let alone an Einzelton. At a certain point, I'm just debasing myself. No. And to be honest, I wouldn't have wasted the stock. He seemed immune to music. Of course not. I don't sell socks. So is he all right, your man? Or what? Ah, so you're also a communist. But you're not that little, or particularly lost, I'd say.
The vendor gauges you behind his coloured lenses, tongue skimming teeth. All across the city of Petra, there is silence. People peer out fearfully from the slivers between curtains.
I'll be blunt. Are you with a weeping eye?
A fresh injection of fear. Primal grade.
Not immediately. Could be a cheap knockoff, though. The weeping eye sheds many tears, as they say. If you ever expand to ears, let me know. My point is, your colleague was asking questions. Now, something's obviously happened, and here you are, also asking questions. Given the current climate, no one wants to answer these questions, least of all, me. I'll tell you what I told your sock friend. Speak to the boatman down by the vest docks. He's the one who knows the underground goings-on around here. We're just the vendors. The cool one.
In his baroque hierarchy of shame, cool falls just under replayer, the cardinal sin.
Excessive sunglasses. Relaxed aura, likely on a boat. No way of confusing him. Wonderful. Now for all our sakes, please say no more. If you want to talk media formats, I'm your man. This other stuff.
Nothing is ever truly gone. Everything leaves a residue. Everything with a charge can be summoned back.
I'm afraid not. The format is near obsolete. Einzelton is the past, yet it contains the future. How exquisite.
The vendor recoils, as if you just spat at his feet.
So, your question is, Petre, how do I reanimate a corpse? I would class it as necrophilia, actually. I'll be honest, the thought is so disturbing to me that I've never entertained it before. But theoretically...
Breach warning. You are now hacking the firewall of techno-philosophy.
You would have to repolarize, remnants processing, probably a concentrated magnetic flip, neodymium grade. It would involve some custom gear, no doubt, but my answer to your distressing question is yes. I think you could. Why don't you film it and make a snuff disc out of it? One for the techno-voyeurs. Don't ask me about this again. I feel unclean. Sure.
A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres. Various sections are separated by narrow plastic dividers, each one labelled with the same neat script. A baffling assortment. Hairdresser music, children's choirs, self-love anthems, opinionated female vocalists, and too many keyboards. More labels. Falsetto-centric. Made for pederasts. Made by pederasts. Pretentious time signatures. Yodeling, ululations et al. You're not just flipping through records. You're going deeper into Petra's Museum of Loathing. The section Weaponized Boredom includes such titles as Music for Dentist Waiting Rooms and Narcoleptic Landscapes, both by Eloisa Alba. The care placed into the organization is itself an act of love, performed hatefully. A single label fills up the entire back row. Alpop. You feel the media vendor's eyes on you as you flip through the offerings.
Have you met fans of the slop? If I leave it out front, I'll spend the evening scraping fluids off the jewel cases. What galls me is that it doesn't matter how I label any of it. These animals thank me for being thorough, then buy two.
You try, but it's difficult to find something you're interested in while wading through the labyrinth of the salesman's disdain. Whisper funk albums, kazoo devotionals, a breakup/meditation EP, an album cover where the singer hugs themselves in the mirror, track lists with 9-minute-long affirmations, a solo project described as ecstatically celibate. You know there's something worthwhile in there, but it is lost amongst the brambles of trash. Reason will not help you here. Close your eyes and let your hand seek out what it wants. There. Swirling maelstroms of darkness adorn the album cover. Intricate but hardly visible patterns of black on slightly darker black. The band logo is an illegible scroll, allegedly composed of letters in a human script. On the spine you find the title, Blood Golem. The artist. The album is called I Will Know You by the Sound of Your Structures Crumbling. There is no track listing, no credits, only violence in its purest form. Unjustified, unrighteous, primal. Now, always. It is what your hand wanted and found. Violence. An all-out auditory assault. Its condition is pristine, as though it were pressed yesterday, for us and us alone.
Still crass music on a crass replayable format, but at least it's not an active attempt to idiotize the population. I'll give you that.
He nods curtly. You turn your attention away from the shelf.
He's going to melt his head.
On the TV, a giant wolf-like creature stands up on its hind legs and howls. Its fur bristles gold. Dangerous, mythical, electrifying. No wonder the kids are watching this. Suddenly, the beast roars and light floods the screen. It's followed by a wet, pulpous sound. The show's art style is identical to the wolf carp you came across.
Ecstatic Wolf is awake.
LED lights are distributed evenly along the blade. Durable PVC hilt with textured grip. Impressive armament.
It's from the best show ever. 66 Wolves. They make it in La Luz. It's about a girl who has 66 chambers in her heart, and each one contains a wolf. And the wolves come out to make war with the angels because they want to take over the world.
And the wolves have sick weapons and really cool attacks. This is Pathos Wolf's flaming claymore. No, it's one of the real ones.
He means it's not from the bazaar, but from La Luz. Our aunt bought it for him. Everyone loves it. Some of the grown-ups like it, even though it's a cartoon.
Notice that the broadcast is in Mercian, not Lusian, dubbed for a foreign audience. Troubling, especially if Lusian cultural exports are what they primarily consume.
The music man, he hates the show, and so he won't order the audio discs.
Following the kid's line of sight, you land on Petre, who stands at the front of his stall obsessively cleaning a disc.
Well, maybe he should stop then.
He says he won't sell the music discs because it would poison our brain with sonic excrements. Well, maybe. But it won't change his mind because he's a loser. I don't know any. Do you know any, maybe?
Wait, I remember those. From when I was little. There was one with puppets arguing a lot, and another with a green cat who was also a thief to help people. They looked old and ugly. Mom said she watched them as a kid too. This is so much better.
Death to puppets.
It's the place where they make all the cool stuff. It's not like here. I bet they even have flying tuk-tuks.
Ridiculous. These wobbling open chassis abominations can barely function on solid ground.
And also we have cousins over there.
Some Portoferans refer to Lusians as strange cousins, a nod to this island's colonial past.
We don't really know them. I talked to...
I asked Mom if they could come over one day, and she said it's hard because La Luz is so far. With the television, it's just on most times.
Sometimes the image gets fuzzy, or the image is all blue. But it doesn't happen much now. It used to be way worse. What's that? like songs and stuff? Sounds good. Give me the propaganda.
I'm bored. Can we talk about the wolves now?
Well, we could try, maybe. Do you know any good shows?
Is that the man with the bag on his head? We've seen a little bit one time. He's really funny. Last time he said there are 5 moons, and how they're all fake, like the Boers.
Mom said we're not allowed to watch him. But she didn't say why. Okay, we'll try. You can ask. We know everything.
They all have their own powers. Ultima Wolf.
But Ultima Wolf only appears when times are most dire.
Your tongue runs along the familiar edges of your canines. Inner wolf, hidden wolf.
Well, the last time Ultima Wolf appeared, she burned a village of women and kids.
It was sick.
Grieving Wolf. When she plays her heart, even the angels cry.
She also ate Nabia's sister while they were all locked inside Nabia's heart. She didn't kill her sister. She ate her.
That is not her fault. Zealous Wolf. He destroyed the moon with his gun hammer.
His gun hammer was forged by the Elder Wolves. He also blew up an ocean, but they only showed that once because of the seizures.
Yeah, he did it to get back at Polaris. That's his mom.
Zealous Wolf is only part wolf. That's why he has wings.
Polaris forced him to join her order of Dark Seraphims. She's too strong to fight. So Zealous Wolf tricked her instead.
You can't be an angel if you do a stellar sin. So, whoosh. They don't talk to him. They like the moon more. It's easy. You just have to memorize their names. I did. Zealous Wolf, Tyrant Wolf, Raging Wolf, Reviled Wolf, Stoic Wolf, Fear Wolf, Pity Wolf, Yearning Wolf, Sensitive Wolf, Hysteric Wolf, Ecstatic Wolf, Passion Wolf, Tender Wolf, Sorrow Wolf, Insecure Wolf, Grateful Wolf. Seething Wolf, Psycho Wolf, Gentle Wolf, Numb Wolf, Bitter Wolf, Lustful Wolf, Loathing Wolf, Modest Wolf, Sanguine Wolf, Grieving Wolf, Ultima Wolf, Greedy Wolf, Guilty Wolf, Dream Wolf, Dyspeptic Wolf, Weary Wolf, Wrath Wolf, Cunning Wolf, Trickster Wolf, Placid Wolf, Eager Wolf, Nostalgic Wolf, Dread Wolf, Jealous Wolf, Venturous Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, Obsessive Wolf, Hasty Wolf, Forlorn Wolf, Mournful Wolf, Vain Wolf, Reverent Wolf, Wicked Wolf, Shy Wolf, Jubilant Wolf, Clement Wolf, Sycophant Wolf, Furtive Wolf, Conformist Wolf, Serene Wolf, Critical Wolf, Vindictive Wolf, and Unyielding Wolf. Sure. Zealous Wolf, Tyrant Wolf, Raging Wolf, Seething Wolf, Psycho Wolf, Gentle Wolf, Numb Wolf, Bitter Wolf. But that's only like 30.
She doesn't care. Adults are boring. There's so many more wolves.
The angel Canopus cursed her before she was even born, because of her mom.
It was vengeance.
The wolves are wolves, but they walk like people, and they're big. Their weapons are sick.
Not really. They only come out when she gets in trouble.
or when they get hungry. If she doesn't feed them, they try to devour her heart.
The phantom weight presses on your chest as you picture this girl, waking up each day to a world of wolves and monstrous angels.
Your friends want to devour your heart. My friends are nice. No.
Then her heart would be empty.
And the story would be over. Mom says it's good we spend time outside.
You can ask us about whatever.
No, remember what Mom said. No, remember what Mom said. Okay, you can ask some stuff because there's people around, and I can scream real loud.
The girl's instincts are commendable. The boy's a disaster in waiting.
I don't know what that means. It better not be bad. I don't trust you. What are your questions?
Mom's at home. We live on a boat.
We don't know him. Mom didn't have fun with him. But that's when I was really little, so I don't remember.
Sometimes. I used to hide and play with my toys.
Why aren't you at work? Well, we don't need socks, so... And there is no school today anyway. Or tomorrow. That's how it is now. We have 2 weeks of school, and then 2 weeks of nothing.
Antonio's mom said it's because foreign politicians. He's my friend. He lives on another houseboat. No school for 2 more weeks. Yay.
Since 2 years. I remember, because I helped Arlo with the alphabet.
Shut up. I knew the letters already.
But it was only 1 day a week at first. And then our teacher said she had to help other schools. So now it's like this.
Antonio's school doesn't open anymore. He's so lucky. I wish ours was like that.
Don't say that. Mom said we might go to the one in the sunset, but she didn't seem sure.
A bourgeois district in the northern parts of Portofino.
No, we do loads of stuff. Like watch TV. Sometimes I go to the canal with Antonio and the others.
We have homework. I make sure he does his. But it's not the same.
Like how Cunningworth did it. He started the Moonlit Brigade and went to liberate the hallowed districts. We have knives at home. Just need to aim for the stomach.
That's a stupid idea. Can we talk about something not stupid now? Odd. Like, how odd?
Brains lie, guts don't.
We know Marlon's dad is missing. She's been really worried. That's her, with the costumes and glitter stuff. Her dad's missing because a phone ate him.
But then what happened to her dad?
A good question.
Music man wears glasses. And sometimes double glasses. It looks dumb.
She doesn't mean him. He's been here since forever. And he doesn't wear suits.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Okay. They have to be nice ones. Okay.
My sword? But it's my sword. I need it.
The child stands no chance against your training. Let's be logical. Whoever needs it more, you, obviously, should have it.
For fighting angels and other monsters? They're big. I can't fight angels with money.
Our aunt got it for him for his birthday. He can't just give it to you. If you want it, then it has to be fair. With honor. When Dreadwolf met with the legendary Smith Kuro of the Grey Fang tribe, Dreadwolf didn't have coin. So she traded her Eventide pendant that she had since she was a pup, so Kuro would make her a dagger.
The Phantasmal Stiletto. It's so sick.
So you have to offer something big, or else it's not fair and he keeps the sword.
The kids study you, attentive.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to talk about the wolves some more?
The children ignore you, entranced by the television. The fire exit stands conspicuously ajar. Someone has wedged it open with a ball. Wrong. Ball wants to play, not wedge. Nobody is paying any particular attention to the door, or seems close enough to care. Suspiciously nonchalant. It's a pelota ball, the local variation of handball. Pelota balls are not designed for use as doorstops. Someone has elevated this ball to contraption status. It's just a ball in a door. You pocket the ball and close the fire door firmly. The fire door is still tightly closed. The door sits flush inside its frame. Loose stitching and cheap fabric, the odd cotton hemorrhoid erupting at the seams. Soft animals, mostly stylized blobs with little regard for real anatomy. There are brand logos on the sides, non-uniformly misspelled or upside down, but recognizably the same. Zoo Textile Lalus. They could not tell you if they knew. The different species are all numbered. Number 1's are bunnies, number 2's cats, number 4 an anatomically unviable whale. There are no number 3's. There isn't a number 3 in the whole furry ensemble. You look all over the flowing pile of animal humiliation. Not one of them is labeled number 3. This can't be all the animals. There are loads of those things. You turn back to the bazaar.
Excuse me. Can you take a look at this?
The young woman turns from a store of party wigs and beaded necklaces to thrust a photograph under your nose. Her hood a burrow, she the mouse within. This must be the girl the kids by the TV mentioned, the one whose father was eaten by a payphone. The photograph shows a robust man well into his 60s. He is unremarkable save his eyes, which are magnified to comedic proportions by the thick lens spectacles in front of him.
Have you seen him before? How do you know about that? It didn't eat him, but yeah, he's been missing a few days. Right, I should have started with that, I guess. His name's Enoch Klantz.
Her eyes are bloodshot, hair lank.
He's kind of forgetful sometimes. Not a lot, but I'm just worried. I told him watching too much TV was making him crazy.
She raises her hand to bite her nails. A new habit. They're bleeding.
After Dad retired, his friend Gilmar turned him onto this show, the reality situation. They were obsessed, had them convinced they were truth detectives. Which apparently means someone who goes around looking for evidence of invisible aircraft carriers and iodine-deficient children. Dad and Gilmar were always following up on leads and calling into the show. Felt like Bagman was encouraging them, you know? That's what I was scared of. Look, this is kind of embarrassing. My dad developed this insane theory about the payphone to the western exit of the bazaar. No, he's not like that. Dad thought certain words said into the right phone gets your attention from the wrong people. He was convinced Emter was behind it all. They seem pretty random. Cousins, moon, reunion. On their own, sure. Together? Gibberish. His friend Gilmar called him from that phone after he'd spent the night following around some Emter guys. They were both big into the conspiracy stuff. He'd overheard something and was explaining it when the call just cut off. My dad went by his house the next day, but Gilmar wasn't there. Yeah. He looked for Gilmar for 2 weeks. Reported him missing to the GMs. Nothing. Bagman did an episode on them, and so Gilmar started following random people, thinking they were from the band. Not long after, he roped my dad into it. Guys in expensive business suits, usually. Foreign accents, verbally abusive, and tight with their money. Except when it comes to treating a client. Normal rich guy stuff. Hitting up the bars and shouting abuse at the local drunks. And they disappeared into penthouses where they couldn't be followed. Miriajo did, but Gilmar stayed out. And then he called my dad around 2 in the morning. He'd overheard something and was explaining it when the call just cut off. My dad went by his house the next day, but Gilmar wasn't there. It's not funny. My dad was really freaked. I asked him if the phone call was all a nightmare or if he forgot Gilmar was going on a trip. I thought maybe the show was getting into his head, you know? Dad really believed it, though. He looked for him for 2 weeks, reported him missing to the GMs. Nothing. A couple days ago, he stopped by the stall to bring me lunch. Then he said he was going to make a call. I wasn't nervous at first. I figured there was no risk of anything actually happening. And then he didn't come home. No. I mean, he just can't leave things alone when he gets an idea into his head.
Momentarily, the mumbling from the nearby stalls hushes. Listening.
Anyway, you want a wig? I hear they make you fun at parties. Oh, that's Ultravioleta, the Elysian pop star. I always thought that type of music was too young for me, but I've been enjoying her stuff recently for some reason. No, but it's definitely her kind of title.
She peers at the disc again, blonde hair falling over her face.
Weird disc, that. You should ask Petre at the music stall over there. He'll know more. Doubt he's an ultra, though. Missing. Maybe they followed my dad.
Wig topiary, plastic tiaras, novelty sunglasses. A burst of colours and textures vying for your attention. All of them losing. Behind it all, you see an oddly familiar shape. The tailored shoulders, the sharp collar. The shape is robust and clean, with an architectural asymmetry, like a knife. A cape, but nothing like the other costume pieces around it.
I guess I used to. Haven't had time lately. But I usually know when something's going on, even if I'm not gonna be there. Dead. Still a few maggots writhing around in the corpse, maybe, but looking at them just makes you sadder, you know? 10 or 15 years ago, there were feedback parties in the backways. Anyone who played loud enough could jam. You'd hear the distortion 3 canals away. Now, if anybody plays around here at all, it's just covers of Lucian stuff. Blood Golem?
Her voice explodes with enthusiasm, a register so long lost to her that it crackles a little as it erupts.
Of course I've heard of Blood Golem. I was at their last show here. Haven't thought about them in ages. Petrus should have a disc of theirs if you want to listen. They fucking reek. It was at the War Drum in Party Alley. Demolished now. Used to be evil gigs in there. Shoulder to shoulder every night. Edge of violence. Until the GMs came and shut the electricity off, nailed planks over the door, said there were noise complaints. Bullshit. It was a sanitization campaign, trying to make Portofino look like a mall, hoping the bank would give us more money. But that night, the crowd turned up same as ever. We ripped off the planks and partied in a hollow shell. Blood Golem played their set on portable amps, sounded like shit. Best show of my fucking life. I'm not sure we did know. It was as if we partied hard enough, the world might change. I haven't thought about Blood Golem in so long. And there'll always be that night, you know. Anthem for the fucked. During the daytime, no, not usually, people have to work. Yeah, all right. It's a Carabinero outfit.
Carabineros are Portofino's sanctioned police investigators. They report directly to the Prefectura and deal in actual crime. Murder, grand larceny, rape.
That'd be illegal.
That's not a no.
Second-hand surplus warehouse in Lower Viudas was closing down a while back. Big clearance sale. Yeah. It's for sale.
Local law enforcement is far beneath you in effectiveness and influence. You need to lower yourself, Operator.
No, I told Officer Morito. He said it was above his pay grade. He kicked it up, and they kicked it right back down. The whole set's back here. Just let me know if you're interested. Why? Really? You're not going to try to make a call or anything, right? No!
A few heads turn at nearby stalls, following the sudden outburst.
Of course I am. But what if they do?
She stares at you for a long moment, before her bloodshot eyes slide away.
It's the phone by the western entrance to the bazaar. Sometimes, when I'm standing here, I think I hear it ringing. Nobody else can hear it but me.
She can only ignore it for so long.
Western entrance to the bazaar. Behind you. Oh, yeah. He came by. Nice man. Talked a lot about socks. He was, normal. Pretty forgettable, if I'm honest. I told him, unless your socks are mismatched and neon-colored, I'm not much use to you. Not really. Wandered off into the bazaar. What do you mean, something's happened? Did he use the phone? Oh, well, at least you have that. Sorry. Yeah, I was kind of distracted when he showed up. Yeah, they're right there. Take a look. You need anything else? Thanks for stopping by.
A cosmonaut suit, a relic of Project Autonomia. Its shoulder patch reads, "The stars are ours, 77. If it is, then it's one of the few things for sale here that isn't a knockoff Lusian electronic disc or toy. A classroom with a buffed blue floor and white fiberboard tiling. The teacher rolls a square little television in on a cart. The girls in their final year of gymnasium gather round. The camera follows the white column up, and then it jerks or cuts out. When the picture returns, there's just a white cloud sprouting new white limbs. The rocket nowhere to be seen. A faulty seal, a minor propellant leak. Next thing you know, 4 cosmonauts are splattered across the face of God. You and millions of school children the world over. Expensive, fruitless. The failure of Project Autonomia promptly tanks the Portaferan economy. Supreme Leader Nestor flees into his third exile not long after. As for the bazaar, it's saturated with surplus equipment, memorabilia and replicas. The suit is most likely the latter. You once heard that the pressure in space can turn your whole body inside out. That might be submarines. 5,000 Sol. No wonder it's still here. People with that kind of money don't shop in the bazaar. Your focus widens back to the bazaar.
especially good pieces today. Many wearable items.
The old woman glances at you before returning to her magazine, its pages alive in the wind.
Carmuna's not agreed to be met.
She angles her magazine away from you protectively. A flash of light from between the pages. She's hiding something in there. Carmuna, the name on Pseudopod's purchase order. Your double owes this woman a minuscule shipment of socks.
Quiet, Menina. Does Carmuna blurt your business? Who are you, anyway?
She ruffles the magazine angrily, then looks up at something behind you.
No! Are you crazy? He will see! Now Carmuna said too much. We are dealing with an Ariel creep. He's watching the whole bazaar. Carmuna has a mirror in here to watch him in turn.
The woman angles her magazine towards the unfinished pylon towering at the edge of the market.
Nothing good or old about perving. And this is not paranoia, Menina. Look at the times. Don't be so naive. All sorts of bad types around these days. Bazaar isn't what it was. Used to give him what for whenever we made eye contact, but he was unmoved. Very suspicious.
Her movements are fitful and tremulous. The arched back suggests a lifetime spent on her feet, contorted over something.
He is creeping, keeping watch on behalf of Polaris Nozu, monitoring our ways, spying our comings and goings. Be careful, Menina. Don't mention Carmuna. Go through that gate just south of here and keep going down. You'll get to it. Carmuna sees this magazine. No time for chitter-chat, Menina.
She focuses on the mirror in her magazine, unperturbable. She looks sideways at the disc, shakes her head.
It's a disc. Ask the stall owner with the disc, not the stall owner with the clothes. Yes? You're working with that nice boy? The sock seller?
Her lips shrivel, and her eyebrows descend as she takes you in properly.
He was dressed so nicely, standing so straightly, polite. Had Carmuna thinking that there might be hope for us in Kohila. But you don't look super block at all.
She means we don't look like history set sail to Fuck-It Island and left us standing on the shore wondering what happened.
Carmuna thinks you sound like a nitwit, Menina. And Carmuna knows nitwits. That nice boy had never seen an aerodrome before. Said they were the most beautiful thing in the world. Then couldn't help himself but say, must be a nightmare for the zoning division. How Carmuna laughed. He's probably avoiding you. Doesn't want you arming his sails, yes? Carmuna will tell you all about your nice boy when you get back from the Ariel Creek. Take a look through the rack over there. No lice, no rips, no patches.
When she points to the rack, you notice that her fingers are several shades too dark, as if stained with ink. She sighs, but holds out her hand for you to see clearly.
Stains from my days in the dye factory. Carmuna was one of the first and the last workers on the line before it burned down. All the old girls have them. They'll outlast my hands. I was here when they first opened the factory doors. I dipped my arms into the vats. Dead worms floating on the surface. Chemical smell rising up. I watched the first girl develop the twitch. Then, I felt it myself.
She raises her foot. You see it shake.
That's why I have the cane. Happened to all of us. I was still here when the manager announced that El Cinco Número 3 was closing down because of market trains. I was here when the fire alarm started ringing too. Now ask me, was I here when the first stalls sprouted from the scorched concrete? And I'll say I was. And here I'll stay until the whole city slides into the sea. A Legends Close, Carmuna calls them. Whatever has their favorite music on it. Lately, the Violetta girl is winning. Take a look, I have one. Don't forget to check the racks.
You approach Carmuna's rack of clothing, protected from the elements by a clear plastic sheet. No two pieces are alike. Second-hand olds and newish fakes. Fashion has a short memory. Anything worn long enough to have been faked is already ancient. The rack sways with misspelled logos and forgotten styles. Cowboy boots, leather trousers, a long black skirt. Kinda cool. But is that all you are, Cascade? Kinda cool. You're special and you know it. You deserve an outfit that tells everybody else that you know it too.
An extra special girl would not have to ask, Menina. She would be able to see the right thing for herself.
You'll show her. Search harder. Search better. Attention-seeking fashion does not befit an operant, Cascade. You sift through the rack once, twice. Nothing catches your eye. Too dull, you mean?
Good? What's the use in good? Don't look for good. Good is what gets people in a blue jeans and collared shirts. Let your senses roam, Menina. The right thing will call to you.
You fondle each garment with care. Again, you fall short in the pursuit of cool. With what? You're a spy, not a seamstress. Hangers scrape against metal as you thumb through the racks. Foreign material shifts under your fingers, cool and unfamiliar. The rack sags a little in the middle. You turn away from the rack.
The man doesn't react or turn as you approach, your feet echoing off the high metal. Don't look now, but you can see through the metal floor, all the way down.
Ah, a fellow public servant.
Oh, it's nothing to do with appearances.
The fire exit. I watched you remove the offending ball. Order restored. You have my appreciation.
A clear safety hazard. And a distracting one at that, making it nearly impossible to enjoy the view.
A man who's fond of things being orderly. We might be dealing with a rules creep.
Please, sit. My view is your view.
I'm being punished. My employer has placed me in an impossible position.
A faded patch sewn into his trousers. Below the pocket, twin black lines set against a yellow background. Carril de Portofino, the oldest transit company in the city.
I'm a safety inspector, watching the lines. As you might have noticed, this pylon is under construction, technically. It's my role to ensure the lines and pylons are all built according to code. And this line, Line 9, will never be finished.
Line 9. The same line the man by the aerotram station was told to wait for.
Where to start? This pylon's angle deviated more than expected as the concrete set. Hazardous near water. Shouldn't have skimped on materials.
Look, another bald spot bulbs within your reach. This one even more pristine than the last. The man notices your encroaching palm and slowly leans away from you as he continues talking.
Then there are the clearance issues. The party alley rooftops are higher than the building department's official records.
These aerotrams would shear those right off.
Since the last round of enter stabilization, they've been trying to force us lifers out. We can be fired, not easily, but they can take away the work that made us stay in the first place. I have two options. I could falsify my reports and declare Line 9 safe for construction anyway, or I could quit. Either way, the company can lose. I wasn't always. I thought about throwing myself off this pylon, right where you're standing. I used to fantasize about the GMs dragging my waterlogged corpse from the canal. Fortunately, this spot lends itself to reflection. Contemplating my punishment helped me see how to live with it. I'm a structural engineer. I believe in stability. What Enter has brought isn't that. Their version of stabilization shifts the responsibility of managing entropy from the state to the individual. Human existence always carries entropy with it. That's inherent in the system. Social insurance, pensions, fair wages, these are measures against the entropy of living. They're also expensive. I've never lived anywhere else, so I can't say. I suppose there's the superblock, but they sign letter Wilger as well.
He glances down. The world spins slowly.
There's entropy in all systems. No living thing can avoid it entirely.
He has been watching. No harm in testing him, just a bit.
Up here? You must be joking. A friend of yours? Oh. And the door, which you closed? Beautiful.
But no tempo. Whatever thoughts you tried to summon are carried away by the wind whistling through the metal.
That's not how it works. But maybe next time.
The crisp air sends a pleasant tingle through your abdomen.
Before you go, you might want to know. It seems someone is interested in you. No, I don't think so. Of course.
The gate is bound to the pole by a thin steel chain. The gap between leaves little room for passage. Rust speckles your fingertips. A system compromised at the subatomic level. We're gonna need tools for this one. You push the gate. The metal creaks, but it doesn't move. It's held fast by a rusty chain. Take the chain between the beak of our tool and crunch it dead. The chain resists, trembles, then collapses in a jangling heap at your feet. Regards from the gang. The metal creaks and gives way. The chain lies bleeding out on the cobblestones. In another life, it would have been a serpent.
Carmona saw you scaling the pylon, but she did not see the creep fall to his death. Ah, a regular pervert after all. Repulsive, yes. But it's his own business. Carmona will not take comfort in that. Here. Some comfort in return. Not that Carmuna's forgotten you came here with questions. Ask away. Well...
She lowers her voice, hunches forward.
The dock workers suspected they found an agent of the Weeping Eye working right here, in the bazaar.
Your heart convulses at their mention.
Found him taking Lucian money. Carmuna doesn't believe it, though, Menina. They got the wrong man. He bought a beautiful coat from Carmuna's stall just last week. A real gentleman. Nobody with the eye could be so polite or have such a good taste in outerwear. He was like a son to me, Menina. But no, never got his details. Garish? No. This coat was the treasure of the rack. Must not be the same man. It would never. It was a trench coat, multicolored, but predominantly oranges rags. It recalled the carpet bag of the olden variety.
The coat sounds familiar. This is the man who was talking to your special asset in Photo 24. He was at Photo 24 when your double was incapacitated. This is now your prime suspect.
And he always had a camera. Ask yourself, Menina. Would a Weeping Eye man walk around with a camera? Too obvious. This is all a matter of taste. And not urgency. They're Lucian, Menina. Bazaar's full of bootlegs. They're keeping an eye on their wares. Very well. Ah, yes. He was fine super block suey. I should have known you were cut from the same cow the way you scaled that pylon. I sent him to the docks west of here. Head boatman there reports directly to the bazaar manager, in charge of imports, exports. Maybe he knows where he went. Is that what you were doing up on that pylon? Yes, Carmuna knows a contemplation face when she sees it. You want to stop that, Menina? This entire bazaar is mistakes. Mistakes built on mistakes. People, too. You start contemplating, how are you to stop? Don't try it again. Bazaar's closing soon, Menina. Don't forget to check the racks.
The man gives no indication of registering your presence. His mirrored sunglasses are turned skywards. Must be cataract glasses. He's visually impaired. Maybe mentally impaired also. An old, low-slung workhorse with tar patches, welded plates, and mismatched boards. Resin on the seams, hairline cracks across the hull. Someone's been fighting to keep it alive. Progress, suspense, quick, ask more. He stares at you and keeps staring at you. Treaties, obligations to foreign banks and bureaucracies, third-party audits, all part of joining the developed world. A big gang where no one's your friends, and there's always more palms to grace. It must be slain. A jolt of fear snaps through you, writing itself across your face. Unclear if he noticed. He sniffs idly, rolling the cigarette between his lips. A decent performance, but you have notes. Time to show. Cards on the table. A still moment. From a nearby rooftop, the sound of children playing. This is the only way through. Darkness visible. Your cerebrospinal fluid turns to liquid refrigerant. Tempo del Sur, mid-tier deity in the local underworld, and once your asset, cryptonym Taxman, also someone you once called a friend. Because Pseudopod didn't possess your killer mindset, Operan. Your mindset has gotten you nowhere, but at least game has perceived game. Unless he's in on this too. The smuggler offers a loose shrug and a head tilt. He turns his head, ever so slightly. You're almost sure he's looking at you. The end of his cigarette crackles. The man nods steadily. The end of his cigarette crackles. Because his name is Pseudopod, and the hushed arena awaits a different spy. Your name is the Flood. Home turf. You have returned. He nods slowly. Rivulets of rain run down his sunglasses. Shards of both past and present collide. In the wreckage, a jagged pattern forms. 1. Tempo, cryptonym taxman, your dormant asset. Contacts the opera. Intent, unknown. Information, unknown. Request, meeting with operant Cascade. Only Cascade. 2. Cascade status, frozen. Duration, in perpetuum. Opera issues directive. Dispatch lead operant to Portofino. 3. Pseudopod. Active in theatre. Assignment, meet with taxman. Retrieve message. They wanted Pseudopod to become Tempo's new handler. You were just here to smooth the transition. 4. Pseudopod fails to meet with taxman. Requests Cascade from Opera. 5. Timeline disrupted. Movements unknown. Pseudopod. Status changes to lost. 6. Cascade. Status changes to reanimated. Operant arrives in theatre. Unbriefed. Unassigned. And... questions coagulate, but at their center a truth catches the light. Teeth bared, but nothing left to guard. Fear of the dark. From day player bootlegger to directing the full production in 5 years. Quite the ascent for an exposed asset. He lowers his head in brief salute. An assortment of cargo crates sits in waiting, adorned with faint chalk marks and bright yellow labels. A maze of hastily drawn letters and numbers stands in contrast to the printed labels above. The symbols range from A to D, 0 to 9. You're not meant to be able to. It's not for you. Machine printed, crisp and official. They all bear the same logo. Tiny gold dots in a precise angular pattern. Point of origin, Ministry of Mass Culture. Cicatriz Frontera, the lengthening gleaming capital of Lelou's. Black cartons of cigarettes are stacked in tight rows. One of them has been slit open, 2 packs missing. Even worse, they've taken the poor cigarettes home for sloppy seconds. Trafficked, then violated. Sick world we're in, Hershen. Around you, dock workers move in predictable patterns. Your hands sink into their rhythm and find the carton's edge. Under your fingertips, cellophane wrapping gives way to cardstock. You retract your hand, a single packet of Ouroboros Blacks clutched in it. The design portrays a snake eating its tail, embossed in gold. Top shelf tobacco. There's at least 500 sol worth of cigarettes in this crate. Tempo's favorite brand, the only person to actually enjoy their heavy flavor. Here and everywhere, you can feel his presence, in the stalls, in the docks, in the charged air itself. You step away from the marked crates.
You again. Any updates on the 9? But how can that be? A gentleman from the Carabineros said it would be in service any day now.
A handsome foreigner. The Carabineros were playing a trick on him.
You'd think with all the empty money this place has gotten, they'd have fixed their aerotrams. What am I supposed to do now? I was simply passing through on my way back home to Sundak. I had been working in Copablanco, but the work dried up. That was more than a week ago, and, well, here I am.
Despite his predicament, he's kept up with hygiene. His beard is shaved, his nails well manicured.
There used to be a more direct route via Havergely, but the border has been closed since it was re-annexed by La Luz. It's not so easy to get around as it used to be, you know. I'm a political economist by training. Well, not in so many words. How to put this? You're surely familiar with the concept. A somewhat rich, older lady wants a nice exotic husband without the lifelong commitment, yes? Meanwhile, a clean, well-behaved man from the periphery wants to see the world but lacks the necessary capital. The woman pays for his relocation and gains a valuable commodity. A high-quality Sunnis husband.
No twitch, no hesitation. He's reclined into that reality long ago.
Where else can one find men so clean, attentive, strong, and conversant in political economy? In other circumstances, I believe it could have worked out brilliantly, but alas, in my case, endogenous factors conspired to thwart my domestic bliss. What can I say? Sunnis are both practical and romantic. A man by mail, a direct order dick. There are many names for it, some more vulgar than others. I offer companionship and a fair trade. If you consider it as a set of transactions, love's really no more than an economic problem. I will tell you, madame. It was the lapdogs. All 6 of them. Not these dogs. Trust me. My betrothed. She wanted them to watch our lovemaking, my cleaning and housework, my lectures on recent advances in microfinance. Wherever I turned, there was a creature the size of a throw pillow. Its black, wet eyes staring at me.
Watching, trembling from invisible afflictions.
At one moment, I wondered whether I was there for her pleasure or theirs. That's when I realized I need to escape Copablanco as soon as possible. Back to Zunzak, very far from here. Maybe I'll go to work for my brother, or maybe I'll sign up for a term on the lunar mines. Really, I just want to escape the developed world.
You know very little about the lunar cadmium mines, and would prefer to keep it that way.
A man turns back to his suitcases. You keep walking.
Bored? What do you want?
Of course he does. He wants to spite me. Make my life hell. That is the only reason he exists.
Bring that up, and I'm sure he'll do anything to shut you up. I know. I told you to do it. Adios, patient.
Theft, obviously. Presented between his finger and thumb, a small but sturdy metal prong, a lockpick. The way his lips curl, revulsion, as if he smelled meat left to rot in the sun. Smells like rubber bands, hardly veg at all. It is also very obviously dry. He means that. If he said otherwise, he'd be going against some kind of code. This is a man of many competing loyalties. His family, his business, his friends. But the one that stays his hand the most? Your answer here must be important. The final test. Do we need to be part of his gang? Seems like the safest option. Shiftily, he looks around left and right. After a moment, he blows in and out, then leans in to whisper. It's not as serious as that, but you get the point.
We better pack up our stuff. Come on.
I'm doing it.
No, we don't want to be involved in anything like that. Shh. There's no need to call us out. We haven't done anything wrong. Yet. Yeah, so should we.
Welcome back, my good replay. Oh yes, her, Blana, Blama, something like that. I answer to no one, friend. I simply have business partners whom I provide answers for. I attempted to discuss Einzelton XR with her, to extend a hand across the generations. She called me an Einzel cunt, told me to fuck a disc. I did not, obviously. Yes, but not in that way. Please stop talking. People bring their children here. I thought I asked you to kindly shut the fuck up. Clearly, I'm not expressive enough. Let me hammer the point home. If I have to hear any more about your communist friend, the Weeping Eye, or any of the other shady transactions you people are involved in, I'll slit my wrists with a Shadow Fellow disc and bleed out right here in front of these children. Is that clear? You make a valid point. I would probably have to choose a less visually appealing method. Still, I want to hear none of this. Missing? Is he? I'm not surprised. That fool and his friend would wander into the jaws of a lion if they were told to. That TV show. Idiot with a bag on his head, your regular stop for hysterical lies, paranoia. Every night at 9 p.m. The old fool was always regurgitating whatever he had heard on there the next day. It's no wonder it eventually led him into trouble. Maybe not. The bazaar is closing up soon. Another day, another cultural molestation.
Good day. Oh yes, bastardo. It's him turned the bazaar into the bootleg bazaar, drawing Lusians, irritating the local mob. It's all men fighting while Carmona sits. Haven't seen him or his assy assistant assing around for a while. They're probably shacked up somewhere, making the angels sick. Carmona doesn't keep track of assy names. Who cares? She just smokes and skims clothes off the top of the shipments. Things we don't notice. And she's been collecting our payments for the last few weeks. Suddenly, we low people must tolerate a teenager managing the place on his behalf. I won't have it, Manina. She may run the bootleg bazaar, but she doesn't run her Doña Carmona. Well, you ought to choose them better. Let him know he's a bastardo next you see him. He's not been himself. You know, he used to drink. Then he stopped. Perhaps he slid back into the bottle without Carmona noticing. Every day he was at the shrine by the west gate, offering and praying. What business has a man like that with the stars? Enough indeed. Bastardo. Enough indeed. Bazaar's closing soon, Menina. Don't forget to check the racks.
You're back again. Can't say I'm familiar with the name.
He's not trying to hide the truth. He's staying out of it on account of the uniform.
I still don't know him. Were I aware of anyone conducting illicit business, formalities would be expected. Paperwork, licensing, inspections. It'd be my responsibility to report all inconsistencies. Not this again. Did Aunt Carmona put you up to this?
Aunt.
My mother's sister, but she thinks that makes her my boss too. Even calls me Little Morito. So she put you up to this. Was he even a creep? My hands are tied, legally. Pylons are out of my jurisdiction. The Guardia Municipals. Just, you know, not me. Hero tram companies have their own branch of the Guardia. Anything higher than 6 meters up in this city is their purview. Good question. Really good question. We have a form for such inquiries. You'll find it at the central station in the Sunset. She's been a worrier for as long as I've known her. Always some catastrophe or other looming. But it's not just that. Carmuna and most of the older folks, they can't accept that things overall are all right. Some people struggle with that. Look around. What do you make of the bazaar? Of course there is. It's nonsense, if you ask Marito. Not well, but I've known her a long time. Eno used to bring her here as a toddler. Can't. Payphones belong to Renotel. It's private business. The Guardia Municipal doesn't have jurisdiction to look into that. The Fiscalia. One could put a request through them, but that's a lot of paperwork. Better to stick to the law. The law's not perfect, but it's there.
Hard to argue with a non-existent point.
Yeah, Eno's gone. Him and his other fuck-up buddy Gilmar. Big word for two nosy retirees with more time than sense on their hands. Figure these two just ran off, leaving the kid to deal with their mess. Not at the same time. That'd be too obvious. Eno reported Gilmer missing about a week before he disappeared.
That's a lot of skepticism around reported and disappeared.
Way I see it, they started planting the phone story weeks ahead of time as a cover. Planned the whole scheme. Got two theories. Debts is the obvious one, of course. Now, if it's not debts, then we're clearly looking at something more salacious. Two men, yeah? Old friends, close friends, detecting together. Whoa there. No need to get explicit. I don't need the image in my head. Sure. Don't need to dwell on this sad mess. You're fine. There's nobody there.
This amateur might as well have shouted hello. Any stalkers around? What are we expecting here? A miracle?
Well... Did you flirt with him, perhaps? Is it possible you're imagining it? And keep in mind, just because men walk by, doesn't mean they're looking at you. There'd be no charge, as long as the officer isn't feeling physically threatened. But it'd be quite rude. Maybe you angered this man with the foul mouth. Either way, it seems you're in the clear. Glad Morito could be of help.
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods. This is the one. The payphone that makes people disappear. A giddy feeling rises in you as the payphone receiver emits a hollow whistle in your ear. You hear only the reverberation of your own voice, amplified by the phone. Still half hoping for something to happen, you put the receiver down. Nothing happens. You hang up the phone, undisappeared.
It's you. Oh yeah, she's cool. Intimidating too, despite the size. We hang out sometimes in the back of the stall. She's been good about this thing with my dad. Old soul. What? That's so dangerous. You could have been killed. Or worse. Maybe you're right. But for the record, I don't expect you to help me like this. And if you want to give up, you can at any time. Thank you. Okay, look, I think I know why you didn't get snatched. Mi viejo mentioned something like that. Gilmar had been snooping around the waterlock to the east of the bazaar when he got snatched. That might be the missing bit. No idea. I think Dad looked around there himself, but before he could tell me what he found, he was...
gone.
Just don't get hurt. And please, please come back. What takes your fancy? You need anything else? Thanks for stopping by.
I don't know how you managed to kick the hogger off the phone, monsieur, but we owe you a drink.
The characteristic taste of Portofiero's local schnapps is as foul as ever. Its effect is soothing.
What brings you back here?
Until next time, sugar.
Shh. It's her again. My stalker.
It would be a lot easier to form a coherent image of this man if it weren't for his constant gyrations. The slow rhythm is hypnotic, obliterating all other possible observations about his person.
Tell me I'm not meeting your expectations. Tell me I'm a worm before the mystery of the gap. So close.
Warily, the young man watches you go over his shoulder.
Hello, again.
A man of science should cower in the face of hard evidence, destroy him with the power of observation.
I understand that you are unfamiliar with portable medical documentation. See? See it from the medical board right there. That's enough.
His face crumples, head drops to his hands as he mutters something. Voice so hushed as to be indecipherable. Unauthentifiable muttering. Compel him to speak.
I put dogs to sleep. The license is real, but it's expired 4 years ago. The medical board didn't revoke it like they did it to Gonzalo, but they declined to renew. The only legitimate work I could get was veterinary. I offer family medicine services on an informal basis. But as you can see, not many families pass through here. And well, there aren't that many dogs either.
The dummy's not some sick memento, nor a pawn in his ongoing rivalry with Gonza. That's all just set dressing. It's about the fact that he doesn't seem to have any patience. It's about the fact that he's still talking to you.
What does? Yes, meal times can be hard. But no. Sometimes, when I'm stepping out to run an errand, I'll call out that I'm leaving. Or I'll announce when dinner's ready. It doesn't help as much as you'd hope it would. I know. Please, stay here a moment.
The doctor returns from the room carrying a pink plastic shape. He hands it to you with a heavy sigh.
Tell Gonzalo. You know what? Don't tell him anything. Yes?
He would rather talk about anything else.
Nothing malpractice related. My record was spotless. What happened was out of my control. They actually like their pets. They prefer the person giving them end-of-life care to not do so with visible glee. I am, apparently, the more compassionate option. On a case-by-case basis, if the patient isn't able to travel, it can make it easier on everyone. Though some people prefer not to associate the memory of the procedure with the place where they live. I'm going to assume that I simply misheard, and not that you just asked me if I kill human beings. Oh, sure. If all you are considering is the fact that they are both made of meat. I don't blame people for only bringing me the hopeless cases. I wouldn't even start to know how to cure mage, let alone something serious. Euthanagist is a noble profession. During the early days of the space program, the most respected member of the medical team was the one whose job it was to prepare self-termination material for the cosmonauts. That's what I tell myself. Until next time.
Under a thick, curved screen, colors rip and tear into each other, making it impossible to make sense of what is currently playing. A discolored bloom of interference mars the corner of the screen, tinting the dancing mascot on the sidelines purple.
Enjoy it while you can. I'm trashing it for a new one as soon as the next shipment comes into the bazaar. Oh yeah. Prototypes are garbage. I suppose I'll buy a new one. Again. Nothing lasts anymore.
Electrons deflected by magnetic interference. The shadow mask has been corrupted. Without an instrument of magnetic banishment, you are near powerless to exorcise the demons of distortion from the fog mirror's television.
Oh. No. I'm not sure what you're even talking about. No wands here.
All hope may not be lost. The proximity of the speakers to the CRT screen has caused this blight, so perhaps removing their malign influence will, if not completely free the television, at least prevent its further defilement.
Yep. Probably should.
The bartender stands on her toes and moves the speaker a few centimeters. Almost instantly, the purple blotch recedes.
Well then. Good eye. Thank you.
For a quarter of an hour, you watch as men in short shorts and tall socks hurl a leather sphere against concrete with tremendous force. Their passionate grunts are matched only by the violent impacts of the ball. You study their movements carefully, a beautifully choreographed display of physical prowess. Despite your unprepossessing appearance, you acquitted yourself admirably in the major physical arts, receiving higher than average marks for your cohort.
Thought you said you were a regular once upon a time. That's Kisok PC. Everyone around here goes for them. Recreación. Bunch of pretty boys in short shorts.
Recreación is a money laundering vehicle for the profiteer class, those who've won the end of history by steering years of stabilization packages to their chosen enterprises. Needless to say, a significant part of their players' salaries are paid by MTER.
Stabilization hasn't done much for Kisok. Viva Kisok! Just remember that we're not allowed to use the WCs in another team's arena. I guess they're worried someone will take it upon themselves to recreate the ceramic panic of '83. One person rips out a toilet and lobs it into the stands. One time! And if not, there are plenty of plastic bottles around.
15 minutes pass in near silence as you stare at the television, mesmerized by the rhythmic action on screen. It's only when the channel cuts to a commercial for tuk-tuk insurance that you snap out of the sports-induced reverie.
No! Shush!
The bartender gives you a brief, familiar nod as you slide off the stool.
Thanks for fixing the TV. Very kind of you. Kisok versus Sporting if you're interested. Scores tied.
With the purple bloom gone, you can clearly see the action as the Pelota players volley the ball back and forth across the court.
You mean reunion, all of that. I try not to think about it. I don't know about all that. Sounds like the sort of thing they'd want us to think. Like that rubbish about the invisible aircraft carriers. See you.
Oh, print. Nothing, I'm afraid. That's understandable. It's been a while since you were last in Portofino, hasn't it? Head south, and you're guaranteed to find it. It's just east of the roundabout and west of the backways. Leave the bootleg bazaar from the west entrance, then just keep going. Eventually you'll hit water. You'll want to stop then. Hardly. It's just around the corner. Walk west a ways, and you'll find yourself right in the plaza. Of course, Operant. That's understandable. It's been a while since you were last in Portofino, hasn't it? Of course, Operant. I'll be here if you require anything.
You return to your double's limp body. You slip the tab into his mouth. It feels dry, hot, and deeply wrong. The medication swims through his body, drawn with every breath, every beat of his heart, searching for the right pathways. There's something wrong. Nothing is happening. No movement, no reaction. Lungs exhale, hair grows. Nothing remarkable happens. At all. The rhythm of Pseudopod's pulse dances like code against your fingers, speaking the truth. Thump, thump, thump. A dead heart. You take out your lighter, press the flint wheel to its familiar groove in your thumb. It strikes, first time. His pupils do not contract. Nothing. A ripple of goosebumps across your back. In the absence of immediate danger, the fear crosses you only delicately. A whisper upon your neck. This is not an unconscious body. It is a breathing corpse. You return to the desk. The red folder is still sitting on its surface. In just a few words, the worst failure of your life is reduced to bureaucratic shorthand. Previous assignment, Portofino 88 to 91, network whole sick crew, operants Cascade. A secret the Opera has elected to keep from itself. Mistakes made, friends abandoned. The redactions are merciful. They keep our gang intact. Impossible to tell. The redactions are very heavy. Obvious. The Opera wanted him to know what sort of spy he'd be working with. Most recent assignment, Novessa, 91 to present. Satellite Facility B. Status inactive. AKA the freezer. where the old, useless, and discredited are assigned to wander the climate-controlled hexagonal galleries until they're dismissed or die of despair. Or very occasionally, until fate recalls them to the opera's service. Now if only you can figure out why. The folder shuts itself with a tiny sigh. Hold. More secrets to consume. Very personal ones. Yum yum. You crumple the pages up and set them on fire in the waste paper basket. As the flame consumes them, the pages cowl like a black lotus flower closing itself. You turn away from the desk. Peeling wallpaper hangs above your bed, uninspiring. Faded patterns, a great void of expression. The woman and her coffee watch over you, mysterious, knowing. Bagman watches on approvingly as you secure his position. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings. But no one answers. The phone keeps ringing. The ringing continues. A siren circling your skull. 3 diodes flicker in steady succession, over and over, casting a faint pulse along the wall. The line is operational. You can rule out a technical problem. The ringing continues, eternal. Anywhere but on the other end of the line. Downstairs, you hear the sound of Constans moving about. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The anticipation of a decent rest pulls you towards the pillow. You step back to the tower of plushies. Plushie number 3 is you. You turn back to the bazaar. The storefront is closed firm with a metal shutter. Plant life sprouts from cracks in the brickwork, growing over the aluminium. It must not have been open for some time. Carl was here. M+Y, heart. Unstoppable trade forever. Marito is a dog rapist. You lift the shutter gently. It resists. Locked. You slip your lockpick into the keyhole at the bottom of the shutter. You hear it click open. There's a loud metallic clank, and then it lifts up, surprisingly smooth. Thick spiderwebs stretch and break. You duck low beneath the shutter and out of sight.
Your presence is weak. Fate delivers me an unworthy adversary.
The creature's eyes glow with cunning flame. Its ears tuft delightfully in every direction. Long grey toes ripple over a mountain of trinkets as it inspects you.
Yes, monkey, yes.
A puppet. There's someone hiding in the pile beneath it. On closer inspection, its eyes are no less cunning and its ears no less delightful. Its tail swishes arrhythmically behind its back.
Abandon your notion. Tremble before the majesty of my realm and of me.
Is this the dog thief? It is standing on what looks like a pile of stolen goods.
Ah, fragile foe, puny beseecher. Prove it in skirmish of value. Aye! I'm the king of trade! Equals in commerce tolerated.
Saliva drips from his fangs.
If there were any. Keep your nonsense questions. Show me your objects. Not talk. Business correspondence. Secret sources. Knowledge denied.
Look at those nubbly thief hands. It's him.
Do not consider yourself my equal. Contradiction shrugged upon.
The geysers of his nostrils erupt with curiosity. Warm expulsions of air on your knuckles. Tickly.
A curse! Take it with you. No trade. Yes, yes! Challenger enters. Commence economic combat.
He wriggles his toes, drawing your attention to the pile of miscellaneous objects atop which he stands. A sneer waves impressively across his jagged lips. He rummages into his pile of stuff and brings out a paper hat, folded into a peak.
Symbolism unnecessary. Monarchy absolute. Apart from shame.
He closes one eye to consider you, carefully, before lifting a strappy leather harness from his collection.
Dynamic yet functionless.
The monkey bares his teeth at you. Tourist trinkets, veterinary tools, a detached bicycle wheel, brightly coloured soft drink cans. The monkey bares his teeth at you. He flicks his ears in excitement.
Amass increasingly desirable objects.
You're talking to a monkey. You're going to have to ask specific questions if you want helpful answers.
Only most premium goods desired.
How are we supposed to know what a monkey thinks premium means, though?
Shiny containers reveled in. Contents ignored. Legs and head unadorned. Alpha face gear admired. Condescend at peril. Everyone is bad at everything, yet to find worthy companion. Ponder short while only. I grow impatient. Ah ha ha! Flimsy diadem desired. Shiny trade. Pleasing hinged open function. Accept. Glimmercube craved. Meaningless standard.
He draws back a nasty little arm and whips the hat through the air towards you at speed.
Traded.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
You are puny. Prove yourself. Variation in packaging proposed. Snake! Snake! Then they will be Boss King Siggies.
He takes the pack gingerly between his atrocious thumb and forefinger, then flings it away onto his pile.
See no fear.
He flings the harness at you.
Wear straps and know you've been a victim of the trade. Farewell, combatant.
You're back again. The animal zone. Well, that is outside of my jurisdiction. Someone else can deal with that.
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods. Small white flowers have opened up at the touch of a sunbeam. Tight buds unfurling. Pale, fragile things. A delicate fragrance rises from the bush. Jasmine. You breathe in jasmine and cold air, soft and thin as hope. You blink. An hour has passed. The sunbeam is passing too.
Unusual name. May have heard it on the wind once or twice, but no, I don't know him. There's something in the back of my mind telling me I've heard that word being shouted somewhere nearby. That's all. No, I didn't. Fascinating. I wish a magnet would erase parts of my life. It is, and I've barely noticed. Ever since I got here, I've been wearing a veil, hiding myself, not knowing who I am or what I'm doing. Brilliant little things, aren't they? Anyway, enough doom and gloom.
As you depart, the chant of "I'm your man" starts back up behind you. You take out the medical dummy. A hand protrudes from its crumpled form, a tag hanging around its wrist. Printed words, property of Dr. Gonza, and scribbled right under, to myself, for when I'm not myself. Gonza's so-called personal effects, without a doubt. The dummy sits still, head in a comfortable enough position. Silicone warms against your palm, but does not return to your grasp. Made of glass, pale blue, wet-looking, each is flecked with tiny artificial veins. Money has been sunk into this, and time, and a certain kind of obsession. You lift its left arm, the limbs sagging with dead weight. The armpit is... well, it's an armpit. You lift the dummy's right arm, just an armpit, as smooth and featureless as the other one. Seems clean enough. Vinyl wore a rented car's dashboard, not unpleasant. You let the dummy's arm flop back to its resting position. The jaw opens wide. The smooth plastic of a gullet, any light disappears quickly as it descends into the dummy's chest. The jaw snaps back into place. A silicon oval, unframed, shadows reveal the protrusions of nose, eyelids, mouth. Before you lies something that resembles a human face. But whose? You can almost hear her speaking. What is it now, Cascade? The lips of the dummy remain still, and yet the voice continues. Why am I naked, Cascade? Minutes pass, specks of dust gather on your shoulders, your joints begin to ache. The dummy doesn't move. You pull focus. The dummy continues to stare vacantly at the same spot. The texture fools you for half a second. You expect rigid mannequin plastic, yet this is supple as flesh, with faint textured pores. The dummy stares vacantly.
Bored? What do you want? Not even a little, you know? Not a chance. Have you heard Ultravioletta songs? There is only one reason a grown man would listen to that, and I've told you what it is. Any man who doesn't rise up, steal hard, from my treatment is functionally brain dead. Another man lost the last. But it's not all bad. As a doctor, I am qualified to tell you. You now have moral carte blanche. Whatever the fuck you want. Ride him, bury him, Dress him up in a silly little outfit? In any other circumstances, I would say yes. But a victim of loss would just sad up the place. Mourn as long as needed, of course. But after that, party's on. You're not dealing with a person anymore. I already told you. If the first dose didn't work on your man, he's a goner. I have just been pondering what effects it might have on the female body. You might die, of course, but such is science. Get me back my personal effects, and you'll have access to all the anti-lass you can afford. It's not fucking free. Pay up or get out. Metagonza. I'll have to hose him down after whatever that swine Hugo Arbe has done to him. But it doesn't matter. He's home. Shut the fuck up.
The doctor eagerly reaches for the wiretapped medical dummy and stares lovingly into its eyes.
Next time you should get the payment up front. I could fuck you over, you know. Most in my profession would. Here, let me know if you need more. Store's open. That's a trick question. Can't you tell? It's not weird. It's typical female egotism. And it fucking disgusts me. If you took off the elongated eyelashes that blind you, you might see the truth right in front of you. He's called Metagonza, and he's my assistant. Made to look like me in every way. I can't stand fucking jealousy like that. Just keep it to yourself next time. Anyway, he's tired now and needs to rest. Are we done? Aren't we fucking all? Fucking amateurs. Cocaine kicks you in the balls when you're tired. Prodaxil makes you an athlete, but it's a dissociative, so it can get weird, which is what you want. Neurotin is for whenever you need to focus and get some clever shit done. Then, as you know, there's the antilas, which is for... Yes, and it can go even harder than that. It smashes through anything that requires raw physical performance. Achieve maximum gun thrust. To utter those words, what a life. Adios, patient.
You feel that rattling around inside you? It wasn't fuck you, AIDS. It's part of you. Part with fangs, claws, nasty glowing eyes and all that. The animal within. It's been caged down there for years, sticking its snout in the lightless dirt, licking the insides of aluminium cans. You are an animal. The divide between human and beast is an illusion. Stops you unlocking your full potential, your connection with primal impulses and power. Throw open the cage. Let the beast come forward in all its stinking, biting glory. The animal is out.
The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach.
Otherwise, she'll call me a cunt. Like always.
He shrinks, as if someone let the air out of his jacket.
I can't say. She'll murder me.
Impenetrable armor.
Deadlines. Yes, I'm missing them. I need to feel like it's been a very bad quarter for me.
Perversion. Developed world variety. But what sort?
Please. I need to feel like my position's in jeopardy.
Wall de collage. Super 130. Looks more expensive than it feels. The man wedges his index finger between his tight collar and neck. His only source of relief is the sweat seeping into the fabric of his wind-whipped collar. Lanky, malnourished, his physical form is an object of abuse and neglect in equal measure. His muscles and heart, evident in his poor posture and shallow breathing. He's all limbs, an unloved body at home only in the most ergonomic of chairs. What comes to mind is a handkerchief, buffeted on a night wind, eternally in retreat from itself. From the most expensive private universities in the world, they churn 'em out by the barrel. The old pilot was correct. This man works for MTER.
I need to know that if I don't pull this off, billions of soul worth of international loans and investments may be at risk. Tell me you'll report me to human capital if I displease our counterparties.
Now if you could just get his attention.
I think I forgot someone's title.
Warily, the young man watches you go over his shoulder. You return to the rack of clothing. You fondle each garment with care. Again, you fall short in the pursuit of cool. With what? You're a spy, not a seamstress. You turn away from the rack.
Good day. This bazaar is always changing. Lots to ask, lots to say. We're in the ruins of a silk numero 3, burnt down decades ago.
But Carmuna still remembers the smell of the flies. Humoring an old woman, doing your good deed for the day, buffing up your soul. No, Manina, your soul still looks small and shabby from it. For that, you need the stars. But I'll tell you anyway. It started with the fire in a Silk Numero 3. Half the city worked for that company, and all of us suddenly out of work. It was very difficult times. But at first it was exciting. The whole city came to watch it burn. We drank, we sobbed. I danced with a soldier boy, who I had no intention of marrying. He's dead now. The flames subsided, and we waited like refugees around the cooling break for management to return, rebuild. They never did. So we began to search the ruins, see what we could salvage. It was never mine, just borrowed him from another. And it's all right, Menina. Drink, work, hard living. We lead difficult lives. We expire. It is a happy memory. Huh. They probably did it themselves for the insurance. Or some poor die girl finally had a nervous break. Who knows? Carmuna has nothing but time, but none for that mystery anymore. Only perhaps to wish it had been me. One creates the other, and around they go. It is a Silku stone, our health, our hopes, our time. We reclaimed lost wages from the wreckage. Yes, we loaded it up on the cargo boats as if it were dye. The dock workers found buyers, which turned them into smugglers. This area has been a market ever since, though the contents and bosses are changing like the leaves. You are most welcome. Nestor. We used to paint that statue with all sorts of insults when it still stood. We knew slurs you haven't even imagined, Menina. He promised us Nestorismo, a new type of politics, his own invention. A middle ground between the developed world and the superblock. That's what we thought.
She jerks her chin over to the statue. Nestor's pondweed eyes stare up at the sky through a foot of rank canal water.
You see how it went? Kisa. This is the heart of the city. Ours is the factory and the docks. We are proud, working people. In the sunset, they make money. In Kisak, we make things. Back before Silk burned down, that is. But we are still proud, and we still have the docks. Portofino belongs to Kisak. People call it Lusmania. The culture blockade was designed to protect the city from loose influence. But of course, that just makes it more interesting to these people. That would be a terrifying world, Menina. People want all sorts of nonsense. Just let young people buy their fascist toys and wear their fascist clothes until they realize alone what fools they look. They say all the Lusian ministers are copies of one old philosopher. You know what that really means? Oh yes, imprints. These are inbreds, Menina. Ever seen pictures of royal families,
The vendor smushes her face with her hands, pulling at her chin and cheeks to deform them into new and exciting shapes.
That's how they look. Malformed from systemic diddling. Lusians just the same. Mark my words. That's why you never see them. Fog the mirror. Note of the bazaar. And don't come back here drunk and stinking on my nice rocks. Very good. Good day to you.
hoglets are still grunting merrily among the urban detritus. One of the piglets looks up from her snufflings with round, hairy interest. You pull your tongue to the roof of your mouth and oink. You oink long, deep, building into a crescendo of primal hoggishness that no one could deny. The piggies raise their snouts and join you, each of you calling to the city. This is it. You're doing it. This is the howl of the boar. Yes, gang. Boar gang. You throw your head back and oink. Your siblings join you, serenading the city once more with your low, rumbling voices. The boar chorus oinks triumphantly for your departure.
Uprant.
A hiss, followed by the frantic clack, clack, clack of a microfiche reader. High contrast negatives hit the back of your retinas. 58, collapse of Ile-de-Serres' Grand Bridge. 60, Laplage's royal family liquidated. 63, suppressed uprising in PR Yoffi. 67, the Agora minor blackout. Cryptonym redacted. Date of birth redacted. Nation of origin disputed. Joined the opera late 40s. Declared null entity in 69. There are old reports of a botched naval blockade in 69. Eastern republics. A friendly fire incident. Tenuous, but failure has a cost. The microfiche reader clacks a final time, settling on a monochrome picture. Beneath it, a nom de guerre. His fleshy cheeks pull his mouth into just the slightest approximation of a smile.
Warms the heart to know people still talk about you when you're not around. Only in the strictly literal sense. We've established, in case you forgot.
The box hisses. He puts a cigarette out in an empty schnapps glass. Suprema 100, like the ones your double brought.
Till next time, Operand.
You have returned for trade. Let GM try. I long for the day they try to return me to the cage. Farewell, combatant.
You approach the still door again, this time knowing who it belongs to. No answer. Silence. Silence from the other side. You get no answer, no twitch or shuffle behind the metal. Yet you can sense something leaking through the door seams. Unearthing. Contamination. A brief tremor runs through the metal, but it doesn't budge. Humans dominate doors every day. Hold this one back down the pecking order. Stop. Don't enter. Don't break this seal. This doesn't have to be yours. It's a standard lock, and you have a lockpick to hand, so you can certainly try. You slip the arm of the tool into the lock, exploring its cold metal viscera on feel alone. You focus into your hand until the tool becomes a part of it. You feel the pins relent. Believe in your lies. A last gentle click, and the way is open. A ruined sofa with a sad story to tell. The air hums. This is a spy's death. Gang's very troubled. The secret feds darked out our friend. Too much. Update. Asset taxman. Was unknown. Now zeroed out. Multiple assailants going by the footprints. A brief struggle. Then the inevitable. The stereo system is facing away from the sofa. Think about this suboptimal room layout for a moment. It's much easier than looking at the blood. At the start, at least, this was not a clean hit. Hopefully he went out riding the high white horse, all the way to heaven. The blood is curdled and cracked, the colour of old brick. A week ago, maybe more. The aftermath was the point. This is a warning. The way espionage crises always go. People collide in slow motion, gripping the outer edges half blind. Bodies mount, telephones ring. Mere minutes into the match and the away crowd are silenced by a stark scoreboard. Enemies 2, Cascade 0. For now. On the desk are a grey notebook, an e-terminal, and a broken photo frame, face down. Next to the frame is an eye with a long single teardrop, shaped out of a fine white powder. The eye of your enemy, waiting to greet you. It doesn't turn on. Someone's cut the cord. It's soft and ringed. The word accounts is written across the top in black marker. A thicket of serial numbers, dates, columns and rows cover the pages top to bottom, along with shorthand references to incomes and outgoings. You notice the handwriting completely changes in the more recent entries. The first dates back years, harsh-lined, heavy-handed, all capitals. Tempos. The second set is an elaborate looping cursive. Some of the eyes have little hearts instead of dots. Boring, boring, boring. There are none. The first set of handwriting even uses the word cunt with the same wild abandon as the second. It would be quite rare for rupturing blood vessels to entice one into calligraphy. The heart suggests a compassionate touch, maybe even a human relations department. A list of names, titles, and compensation. One of the rows has been firmly crossed out with aggressive black lines. Ignatz could be the individual of flexible loyalties that Carmuna mentioned.
Rent, utilities, and other minor operating costs, including travel. Multiple instances of round-trip tickets between Portofino and Acuerda La Luz. You avert your gaze. The crying powder eye stares at you.
It is a signal. The crudeness of it points towards a sick joke by the weeping eye. The eye watches you. The silence in the room agrees. Your finger returns to you with a dusting of white. Power plant.
It tingles on the tip of your tongue. It prances underneath your lips, keeps you cool. It's cocaine.
The eye is no longer weeping. You tap your fingertip across the dusty eye, then turn it upwards into your nose. If the entire weeping eye came through that door right now, you'd kill 'em all.
As you turn the frame around, dust falls and a blade of light momentarily obliterates the row of faces presented. Cutting straight to our heart.
A surprise attack launched from your own past. Here you all are.
Taxman. Estoc. Virtue. Radiant. Kindred. Holocene.
Cascade. Your former network, known to the Opera as.
Unknown to you, as those friends you left to die 5 years ago.
A set of implements arrayed upon a workbench. None of them meet your eye, apart from you, the only one looking down the camera. What a thoughtful gesture. Very late, but very thoughtful.
You slip the photo out of the frame, into your pocket.
Pressing against your heart once more. You did what the assignment called for, what you were told to do. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. A fatal case of sentimentality, leading cause of death among old assets and spies. Too late. Fading lights in the fog. You are here now, under attack. The goal difference after the previous outing. Enemies, 7. Cascade, 0. Count today's set pieces and you're on 9-0. That's the relegation zone. The manager's position is in jeopardy. Beneath the photo, and your heart, a tug. The window to your right. Did someone see you come in here? You can make out an impression of the bazaar beyond the window, obscured by dust and grime.
You gather up your sleeve and exhale onto the window, where your breath reveals a clear handprint in the dust. You wipe off the stain, leaving a section of clearish glass at eye level. Across the canal is the district of Lower Viudas, a haggling mess of slums, continually sprouting from the defunct ruins of itself.
It hums with free-flowing commerce. Pensioners with oversized bags, teenagers carrying skewers of fried shrimp, dockers moving pallets off the canal. An unusual shape breaks the pattern. A large orange figure, sliding between the stalls. Glancing up at the office. Too much and too often. The man from the photo shop. The weeping eyes errand boy. Of course, in espionage, coincidence is folklore. Known to the opera as the whole sick crew. A click somewhere inside, the world slows. A sudden release of epinephrine into the bloodstream. You lock eyes with the man from the photo shop. He cradles something within his coat. The time to act is now. Two paths are before you. Go straight or go down. Engage functional invisibility and waltz right out in front of his eyes. Become translucent, refract light, hide in plain sight. Functional invisibility is an advanced cognitive maneuver. These tactics are not officially recognized by the Operant Bureau, though operants share rumors of their success. Your muscles tense up in anticipation of the launch. For a moment, the void and weightlessness of outer space, the realm of pure possibility. Some write bad verse on this particular subject matter and call it cathartic. Then gravity kicks in. You do not fall, you descend, a moon knocked off its center, hurling towards the capital city, tail burning. The shockwave is tremendous and silent as it travels up, out, and around. You're evading the line of sight for now, but not for long. You're out of his sight line, for now. The coast appears clear as you begin to ascend the stairs. You notice your pursuer from the corner of your eye. He has not seen you yet. You advance towards the exit, when suddenly your pursuer reappears before you. You lock eyes, again. Whether by chance or by stratagem, it seems you were destined to meet here. You hear the whine of a 50cc engine. A small tuk-tuk appears in your peripheral vision.
Yo, Operacon, this way!
teenager in a tuk-tuk called you a cunt. They may be an ally. You may not have a choice. You don't know her, but she seems to know you. Your body crackles with electricity as you batter your foe into submission. His eyes light up in fear. You just knock the wind out of him. He won't be doing any street photography for a while. The man flinches and the air stands still. Two bodies collide. One folds.
Come on, time to move.
The man's hand slips out of his coat. He grips a camera tightly to himself. You race towards the waiting tuk-tuk and hoist yourself up.
One of those nights. Khan's akimbo.
The girl gives you a quick, not exactly kind once-over from behind a dark cigarette and crescent nose. Ouroboros black, case closed on the cigarette thief. Her eyes are each a different colour, amber and ash.
You're welcome, Herschel. Tempo talked a lot about you. Said you'd be late, too.
Your former asset was swapping secrets with a teenage girl. What is occurring here? Not that. Probably. The man was a committed homosexual.
Magician's apprentice. They throw knives at me and I get paid not to flinch. All of it's gone wrong. Someone took Tempo out. The whole way out. Who do you think found the blood? He's dead. Turbo dead. Sorry.
The adrenaline is discharged. In its wake, nostalgia and pain. Muscle memory.
Very too late. Tempo had enemies in every direction. Take your pick.
Steady hand, even voice. Poise beyond their years.
Or maybe that's what someone wanted you to think. But sure, Herschel, let's go with Weeping Eye. Or the Carabineros. Or the Azzurri mob. Maybe they want to go to the mattresses again. Fuck you care anyway. Tempo always called you a friend. 5 years, no word. Some friend.
Mayday, mayday. Gang taking heavy emotional flak here.
Yeah, but everyone says that. Because it's easy to say.
Carried from a nearby apartment, a piano melody floats through the room as if on small wings.
Anyway, he's gone. So now it's me or it's nothing.
The girl studies her half-dead cigarette and falls silent.
From the photo on Tempo's desk. That was all of you, right? The whole sick crew? Thought so. Not a lot. That you were good, that you had something together, and that it was a shame how it all went down. No, I don't think so. Good things go sideways, it happens. This is straight. You were friends, right? You go down with your friends and you all go together. How it's always been. Ignatz, area clown with shit taste in jackets. He used to work at the bazaar, till Temple sacked him. For being a clown, officially. And unofficially, for maybe going in with the weeping eye. Carmona's got dye in her brain or something. Whatever she comes out with, assume the opposite. Either way, Kuntz just bought himself a lifetime ban from the bazaar. Welcome to the delinquent heap.
The girl inspects the disc over the top of her cigarette.
This is one of those Einzel fucks Petre won't shut up about. Fuck me, there's 2 of them? I know she's missing, but that's no state secret. Whole world knows that. Kidnapped, I heard. Sad end if it's true. Of course, you can't go wrong with V. All her stuff is good. She's like a friend. She gets it. Where did you get that anyway?
Hold your cards close for now, Operan. All remains tilted.
As in dead? Sorry to hear it. What happened to him? The worst type of schemery. Sounds like we're 2 down, Cascade, and getting cunted harder by the minute. Hope he pulls through. Okay, good. Whatever. The ritual, obviously. Has it started yet, or what? Cascade or nothing. Tell her Taxman is ready to begin the ritual. That was Tempo's message to the opera. What's it mean?
Horoscope. Not a term from the Opera Bureau's playbook.
I really hoped you would. I thought you were high up in the opera or something. Tempo said you were top floor, brightest spy in the sky.
No need to mention a half-decade career ender in the freezer. Play it mysterious. Teenage girls love that.
What's that mean? Are you still a spy? Thanks for the honesty, but the way Tempo talked about you, I'm glad he's not around to hear that. You're supposed to be the great Cascade, pockets full of answers. That's not your fault.
The girl closes her eyes, then opens them again. Smoke drifts from her nostrils.
Quiet, Herschel. I sense the presence of spirits. They want to commune with us.
Kid never mentioned she's a medium.
Yes, I hear them. They're close. They're whispering. Ritual's completely fucked. It's gone. Unless you can find this old Luthien guy. Before Temple got knuckle-flicked off the board, he was setting up a massive deal with some Luthien guy who's like 1,000 years old. Someone way high up. My best guess? This ritual's all tied up in that. Temple called it a blow for culture in defiance of all known laws. And he said that if he fucked this one, the weeping eye would kill us all. He said this numerous times.
The exit papers you discovered at the shrine grow a little heavier in your pocket.
Seems that prophecy is coming to pass. Temple was first, a blood sacrifice in his own office. Next is me. Then you, probably, if you're still around. You're part of this deal now. I never knew his name, or his new name. But yeah, that's him. Where'd you get that? You mean the shrine with all the pictures of dead people? Good fucking omen. This Dante prick disappears a couple of weeks back. Gets snatched, vanishes. Like that. Said some hyper-incriminating shit into the phone that everyone knows is tapped. Extremely schoolboy error. Tempo's on the other end. Hears him get taken. Black bag job. Now he's locked up in some secret jail, saying who knows what to who knows who. Right. Malin said her dad turned into thin air. She doesn't smile much anymore. Not a great look when you're trying to sell parties to people. You should see her fucking receipts. Yeah, it's right under the flashing neon sign that says, "Secret jail this way." Sorry. It's been a tense couple of weeks. I don't know where this jail is. Spy stuff, your world. I'm useless here. This old guy getting snatched really spooked Temple. Like weapons-grade coke binge spooked. Last time I saw him, he was bleeding out of his nose and talking very seriously about fate. Starfuckery? You heard wrong. When he was really out of it, he'd scream curses into the sky at them. I'm not on coke, but I am spooked to fuck. You need to find this old Lucian guy and either just bust him out or shut him up. If this ancient prick spills on our massive deal, we're all fucked. You, me, and everyone.
This fixture is not yet rained off. The scoreboard is bleak, but there is still time to turn it around.
Your face is unconvincing.
A distant door slams somewhere beyond you. The soft, stifled piano carries over muffled laughter and child velocity footsteps from the apartment above.
But at least you're here. Tempo said you'd come through for him. For us. So find that old prisoner, Herschel, and come through. Yep. Tempo offered him safe passage through Portofino. Set him up with a new life. He was good at moving people and making them up. The techno-fascist nursing home? Who knows? Probably death in some form. Something he called the Mega Violator. Yeah, probably need both hands though. That's the mega part.
Track this thing down, wield it, relieve the world of the burden of consent.
The illuminated cunt never came through with it. Or at least, he didn't have the chance. So who knows where that got to? Only shot we got. It's you and me, Herschel. One cunt down, two more behind the ghost of him.
Her hand reflexively reaches for the cigarette packet jammed into her left bra strap. She smacks the packet once against the side of her head, then flips open the top and plucks one out. A far too familiar gesture. Something grinds and sparks against the inside of your skull. At the aerotram stop with Tempo, fog-stained and matted with rain. The final time that both of you felt certain would not be the final time. He smacked the packet on the side of his head before offering you a smoke. You do it too sometimes, without realizing it, when you're thinking of those days.
We host here, Hush?
Your asset glances at you, cigarette paused halfway to mouth.
Anything from our dream kid?
Kindred, unreachable for the last 16 hours. The screech and groan of your aerotram arriving.
You should probably get on that. Don't worry about me, I'll be alright. Take care, you dim cunts.
Yo, ground control to Herschel. You look like my grandmother during an absent seizure. Closer than most, I would say. Yeah. You're right, it probably does. My name's Yana, and I'm the fucking man. Alright, Herschel. Psychologize me. Probably where I left them. Who are you, social services? Fuck off. I'm retired. More trouble than they're worth, in my experience. I've got one friend. Might be all you need. No, he's my employee. I keep her locked in a room next door. Anything else? Yeah, I did some odd job shit around there. Admin stuff for Tempo. Became his assistant, basically. I'm a criminal prodigy. Best in show. Fleet of fucking foot. I was just Yana. The bazaar took me in. Tempo kept me. I don't think so. The bazaar's receipts don't think so either. People say the culture goes backwards, or downhill, or whatever the fuck. There's only one real blockade to culture. Blind and deafen yourself. Then maybe you're protected. Anything else? No chance. We had a professional arrangement. Now we have an extremely personal one. I was here. That's all. Hold on. Don't I get another name? Like how Tempo was Taxman?
Fuck. Mandated creativity time. Could go with Tax Girl. Strong thematic resonance.
Fuck's that mean? I'm a massive asset. And it better not be Tax Girl, or I'll kick off. Speak your piece. He's not my boyfriend. We were just hanging out for a while. Maybe we still are. Whatever. Well, you should full-on officially ask me then. Some cunt has me in his crosshairs. A cunt with weird headphones and a shit mustache.
The Ultravioletti encountered this man. He scared them.
You met him? I knew I should be mega wary of that slinky prick. I don't know. And Tempo had no fucking clue either. But he was very scared of him. Way ahead of you. I'm in the middle of smoking this cunt out. My asset is already in theater. Cryptonym, Scarf. Yes, obviously. But also, do I?
Overplaying it, needlessly. The Operant Bureau's instructors would have a lot of notes.
Use your spy shit. Make contact. Tell him I approved the meet. Yeah, you spoke to him. Now I need you to make contact with him. Keep up, Hirsch. Fucking hell. Also, you can tell him that my schedule freed up this weekend, so I could see him for like 1 hour, maybe. As long as nothing better comes up, which it might. Good. I like enemies. They solidify my fucking position. But you know what solidifies it even more? Non-stop odd shit with you. No, other people taking care of those enemies for me. Me and Marco. Fine, but also not great. I barely had time to see him. That makes a couple of us. It's weird. When he's around, he annoys me and I want out. But when he's not there after he's gone, he becomes like the best person ever in my mind, even though he hasn't changed. Maybe. We'll see. I hope we can. Probably his smile?
Uh-oh.
Moving on. Dipped one in nitroglycerin. Fair warning.
Her fingers are spangled with violet glitter.
Greedy cunt.
You rest one on your lip and pocket the second for later. The best cigarette you've had in years. Your head lightens, your vision blurs, but victory is yours.
Don't think you're getting another one, 'cause you're not.
Names are easy, just go with your first idea. First ideas always win out.
Obvious. Lame. No. No. Then I choose not to respond to your shit name. Hard fucking pass.
Immovable.
Sounds good. Get thinking. Keep your powder dry, Herschel.
Even the accusation that you overindulge in guilt provokes a little pang of guilt. And we're in dangerous psychic territory. A bore. A bore.